most cases, if you go to the communities, because of the work CEDA we does, like Prof from Cape Coast, he is also on the same CSO platform as mine. We go to these communities, we do research, so we have to go and see what is happening. We have to interview them. When I was at Mansun Kwanta, I felt very sad. They said, let us take you a little bit into the bush and see what is happening. These are, I'm not going to categorize between licensed or unlicensed. These are mining together. And then when you ask them, are you the one who sold your land? Some of them, yes. They came to them, gave them some money. They said, oh, you can come and do this. Some others too, no. Because one, they are farming and not the original decision maker in their families. And so Abusian Penny can just say that, go there and mine, and others not. But I'm just showing you some of the consequences of mining. This is not a foreign picture, this is Ghana. The consequence of mining, particularly small scale, I'm not saying illegal, small scale. There are many small scale miners who are also mining and mining the same approach that illegal small scale miners are using as well. And these are some of the impacts. The large scale also have an impact. And recently there was this banter between TV3 and Obuasi mines when they tried to video this small pond with a lot of cyanide confirmed, whereby they have put a signboard, do not drink this water. They themselves have put a signboard in the community. And in the same community, they have dug a borehole for the community, forgetting that there is a seepage of that river going to the underground water as well. And so the impact abound. However, large scale tend to manage the impact more than the small scale. And we know this. Some small scale are trying their best not to cause a lot of environmental damage as well. But what you are seeing is just the environmental damage. This does not also say mining is not benefiting Ghana. So that one too, or even the communities, we will come there as well. And not just mining, oil and gas as well. The challenge is every mineral in its natural state, in, under, or upon any land in Ghana, rivers, water courses throughout Ghana, the exclusive economic zones, and any area covered by the territorial sea or continental shelf is the property of the Republic and shall be vested in the President on behalf of and in trust for the people of Ghana. So sometimes, when you engage some of these communities, free and cry by, say the harm is me too good. And you ask them, did they have a proper, sit down talk? No. They just said, because I have the document, you better take the money. Otherwise, I have the right to go and mine on your land. And those people who come with these certificates, they are very abreast with this thing. They will read it to you right now. That the surface right of the land is yours. But the underground mineral is for government. Who is the government? And if you go to these communities, most of them are very peeved. Let's not forget recently I have enough for Newmont now. There have been a lot of banter between the communities, their own traditional leaders, EPA, and the company. It looks like EPA is trying to do an intermediary work as well. To some extent, even today as we speak, the communities are not happy with the compensating packages they are getting. In mining, in Ghana yesterday, I was telling somebody the definition of indigenous people doesn't apply very much to Ghana. If there was much more of, let's say, the white had stayed like South Africa, or they had brought in some indentured labor like Kenya and others, who brought in the Indians. Because when they define in strict terms indigenous people, in most cases there are different categories of individuals within those countries, but there are ones who actually own the land and were from there. And then we brought others to come and occupy the land. So here it is very difficult. Here we will use local people. But in most cases, those who own the land, because sometimes the law is based on this. In most cases, our engagement with the communities are mostly part and not in full. Do you know that before you even decide that you are going to categorize a place as a mining zone, you need to engage the community? You need to bring them as part of the decision making. But because always, like when we met the finance minister, he told us on our face, we CSOs, that I am the finance minister. I was voted for, not you. In most cases, they say we have given that power the communities have to the president. And so the president, with his government, is usually deciding on our behalf, because through our vote. If you try to dig into democracy, you continue to question a lot of things. So the challenge that we have now in terms of community, and why mostly they are peeved. In Ghana, I would say people are okay. In Nigeria, you won't get it that way, because of the level of aggression from communities is higher as well. Because natural resource is a very critical mineral, oil and gas is very critical to our survival as a country. Today, as we speak, if you combine oil and gas and mineral contribution to our revenue, it's big. It's very big money. In some cases, even though we say the services sector now contribute a lot, when it comes to assured money, extractives can give you an assured money. Every year, you definitely get money from there, compared to taxes, whereby you have to assess and others. But this one gives us money as a country every year. But for us to ensure that we are actually mining, for the mining to continue to accelerate our growth, there is a need for us to consider communities whereby these mines and these oil and gas projects are located. We have had a very peaceful process. That is not the same in Nigeria. When we heard about yesterday, not yesterday, in the news, that for 9 years, some people had tapped pipelines and it was never seen. Not that the community didn't know. They may have known. Just that they may not well engage, so they won't also say anything as well. So the community is very important, and therefore, in most cases, some best practice suggests that we should take what we call a coordinated approach, where we bring community together, and in the UN terms of suggestions, they will say free, prior, informed consent should be implemented in most countries, meaning that you are giving the community the right to have a decision for themselves in terms of the land use or the use of their land where they occupy. In some countries, land is all for government. When I was in Guyana, all lands are state lands, with the exception of those that have been demarcated for the indigenous people. So that one, the government decides, you don't have the land, we give you the land, so you don't have the say. Unfortunately, in Ghana, it is not like that. We have two lands, we have traditional lands, and we have lands that have been bequeathed to people over so many years, so it's not for government. And therefore, we should even be the one implementing the FPIC. Unfortunately, we don't have it in any of our, we've mentioned it in some of our statements and policies, but we don't really have it as a requirement in any of our law. Of course, that is not to say that we do not require companies to engage communities. As mentioned, there are three key stakeholders. We, the citizens, based on the Constitution, giving the power to this, for them to engage this on our behalf. That is what it is now. So in most cases, we are demanding from this, and I like the way you talked about CSOs. There is a lot of information exchange between government and companies, but there is no return here, or even in most cases, it's difficult for us to go here. And these people operate in a smaller communities, and they have done very well. Most of the large-scale companies have had a constant engagement with the communities. But when it comes to the general citizens, there is always this gap that is missing. So please, for those, let me come back to the issue. That is saying that CSOs, we are not pushing enough. We are pushing. For us to even get a meeting with the ministers, we can push and push and push. They won't even agree. We are still talking. Do you know that recently, not just ACEP, some of us, they have some media houses, if they can tell you the truth, they have tagged us and said, never interview this person. Media house, we are interviewing people. I'm serious. When he released issues, nobody. Those media houses have been informed not to even talk to some CSOs. And who are our intermediary? The media houses. For us to get to the general citizen, it is them. And I can tell you for a fact, under this particular government, we have struggled a lot to get our issues across. We have. The engagement is not there. And so we struggle a lot to get some of. And when even we've gotten our case out there, they will come and debunk by telling you either focusing on the individual and not the fact of the matter, and try to debunk and make it a useless case. So we are still trying to engage. In most cases, it becomes very difficult for us to engage. And so sometimes we have to take the aluta continua approach. We will put it out there, come and respond, because we engage, you didn't give us information. So come and respond. And now it's even becoming a laughing matter. Now when you put out something, they say, oh, leave it. Within 5 days, it will die out. It's not easy for us. It has not been easy for us. So it's not that we are not pushing. We are. Of course, you saw when Ejapa came, we did what we could do. There have been a lot of other issues. We are trying to do what we can do. When it comes to the GHEITI issue, which will be discussed here, we are about to issue even another letter as well. We are pushing, but we are not getting any response. So that particular response from here, when it comes to information, is not there. While there have been some engagement between companies and communities, the engagement between government and communities is similar to what government is having to the citizens. And therefore, yesterday, Prof said something. Because you are very close to me, then I like what you said. If you think that grass cutter rearing is good, why did you come from abroad and come and set up a company here and you are mining gold? And you are telling me I should go and do alternative livelihood to rear grass cutter? Why didn't you come here to rear grass cutter? Do you understand? So they see you every day as a company mining. You are the one, whether small scale or large scale, you have lumped them together. You are the one clearing the forest. You are the one clearing the land. You are piling up. They've seen it. And they've seen that everybody who works here are better to do within the communities they live in. And therefore, they have no option than to also try and engage in the same activity. And it's almost because the engagement that this has a responsibility to do was not done either properly or was not fully completed. And so when it comes to the decision making, we don't really engage them. And we will come to that when it comes to the processes. From prospecting to development to extraction to closure, sometimes community engagement is very limited. And there is one thing we have also done as a problem in Ghana when it comes to decision making in the extractive sector. We normally think that the chiefs are representing the people. In the olden days, it was. Today, things have changed, and we need to recognize the dynamics within that and start changing our engagement approach. Whilst there are people within the community who are still very much attached to the chiefs, some people have started to see that chiefs continue to be better off economically, their well-being is increasing while they continue to wallow in poverty within those communities. So their lands, they took some compensation. Of course, it was short-lived, and now they've come back to their normal life, and therefore they are wallowing in poverty. But they see the chief always improving life, and they don't see development coming from the chiefs. And in law, I'm not expecting development from the chief because chief doesn't collect any tax. I'm not able to go to the chief and demand for development because when you are paying market levies, you pay to the district assembly as well. So they don't see any need to go to the chief to demand for that particular development within their communities. But when we are also taking the decisions here, I don't know whether there have been maybe the small-scale mining district committees. That one, maybe I'll let Dr. Albin, when he can talk about that. I don't know whether we consider traditional leaders and even community representative on that committee. I'm not sure yet. I haven't checked that. But when we come to the big and large scale, the decision making, we finish the decision and then go and inform them. And the example is that half enough now. Some people came to us complaining when we were doing one of our research. They said, I have grown a tick for over 6 years now. They said they'll give me 70 cedis per each tree. And for me, I have no idea. I can't say it. I have no idea how that compensation process works. Is it that is EPA doing that? Is it that a consultant have one on behalf of the community and a consultant on behalf of the company? Is it that those consultants have met? And is it that companies also, the communities have the right to say that we will charge this, and then companies say we will pay this, and there is a negotiation? Or is company using some valuation procedure that have been probably developed over some few years back? And so in most cases, we do not engage them. We only go to them to inform them what decisions we have taken. Sometimes they don't even know that their areas have been demarcated as for mining as well. They don't know. They have no idea. So as I said, when they are doing prospecting, in most cases they don't see anything. They only see some few machines moving, and then by the time they realize, they are developing and then producing, and maybe even after that they decommission and leave. In all this, they will see it, react to it, but they are not really engaged for their views, for them to decide on what they want to do as well. But there is impact, whatever you do. The impact starts from economic. Sometimes their jobs are affected. Sometimes they also get more jobs. So the impact is both sides. The company may bring jobs to them, while some of them may also lose their jobs. And it's related directly to income as well. There could be some income because the company has come within their communities, and also they may lose their livelihoods that they have been on for so many years, over the years. And they may jump to other livelihoods whereby there is a proper engagement and creation of that. It's also social as well. Housing. And in the project we did, one of the key things that they said, we will get there, was that the rent was 100 cedis in the Nanketimi the whole year, and 100 cedis is for a month in those areas. And so access to housing, access to health could be improved or reduced because of more people coming into the area. Education, the same thing, access to education facilities and accessibility to other services. Their social connections, very important. The level of people they used to engage with before. And now when the company came in, things have changed. And so their social connections and also civic engagement, which we are talking about. To what extent do we seek them? To what extent do they feel like they are part of the process, the decision-making process, and not just that we are only informing them afterwards. And it could be environment. Whatever we are doing affect them, also the environment, their natural capital, the air, the water, the forest, landscape, recreational and green spaces as well. And then the heritage, the cultural site, and their cultural practices could also be affected. So whatever we do affect them one way or the other. And therefore, we have to make sure that we are adopting what we said, the all-in-one approach, the participatory approach, to ensure that communities are engaged. Why should we engage communities? They play different roles. For them to ensure that there is proper accountability to everything we do, from extraction to revenues, for everything or development. Once they have information, they themselves, in Nigeria, at some point, company realized that it is the community that can monitor those who are, dealing with their pipelines. And so they provided some programs that ensure that the communities could provide information to those companies and say, somebody is already here trying to tap your pipeline. And so that is very, very key in terms of that, and also transparency. Once we ensure that not just that we are engaging them, but we provide information regularly to the communities, they will understand themselves, and then, as the company say, it will avoid any hate or hatred between the communities and the companies. Same for government as well. They will know what is going on, how development is being development ongoing in their communities as well. There is also the need for, once we provide them and engage them, they will feel more inclusive. And we as a country would achieve that inclusivity requirement when it comes to development as well. The key challenges, I've mentioned most of them. This is what we found before we did our work. And I'll go straight to the example. We looked at the oil districts. We selected two, Sanzule and Anoche. We looked at that. It's a project that was implemented by EITI, but CEDA did that in Ghana here. And we engaged the communities. Before that, we had done some work for EITI in Obuasi to engage communities within Obuasi when it comes to the governance side, to know whether they are in there, they understand, they have the right tools to debate and also demand for better accountability and development for their area. This was on energy transition. But the key things we found was that there was a significant discrepancy between what the community wants and what we provide. And that shows the basis of we not engaging them before we do anything. So let me go straight to that. Whilst they want more information on employment, they say we want employment. You tell us how many people within the communities you have employed. It's very key for them. Whilst this is what they wanted, every publication we know from government to EIT or whatever is doing employment on male and female basis and national level. So they said that information is not going to benefit them. They want to know how much employment. The health issues they claim introduced by some of the projects, and these ones, some of these ones are claims. We couldn't verify them because sometimes you need a scientific way to prove them. The health issues they talked about, we noticed that there is no health-related information that is published either by Ghana Health Service or EPA, or even the EITI doesn't focus on health, so I can't really blame them for that. But what I'm trying to say is that this formed the basis that what the community wants is not the information we churn out. And therefore, we have to start engaging them to understand what they want, because they are the host communities. They are facing the issues and impact of mining head on. They are facing it head on. And we are not providing what they want to them. And there is always a lot of grievances. As I said, companies tend to engage them all the time, but that is why they also put all their burden on the companies as well, because they know that they are very close to them. But then we are not able to, yesterday what we talked about, what are we doing with our oil revenue? How is it that communities don't know what we are doing? They don't have any idea that government has received this money from the companies, and therefore they are supposed to develop the communities which host these important natural resources as well. And then we also demonstrated that if you want to know the relevance of these communities, let's give an example. Contribution of company to local economy. For the company, that is what the community interest is. They want to know. They said that we want to know what is required of the companies to do for us. Imagine that there is information on how much companies have paid on behalf of the community to the district assembly that the communities have. Then the communities will be able to use that to ask these local government and even national government about what they have done for them, what projects those monies were used for, and how that has impacted their lives. This is very, very key. And therefore, we have been pushing EITI, we have been pushing GHEITI, we have been pushing PIAC and other institutions that publish the information. Let the community understand the information you publish. Let them know what is ongoing so that they themselves can start demanding that particular accountability for themselves. Look, when we went to Ahafo, the level of engagement the community was doing, I couldn't even do. The community was quoting the constitution and their rights in the law, and the EPA representative could not answer. And that was a community that had received some training and engagement with them. And they said, what you are doing is not even founded in the law. And this is what the law says we should do, and you have not followed it. And trust me, those ones were very brilliant. So if we can empower communities like that, they themselves can demand for whatever is required, not just by the law, but whatever they want. And not always we finish taking the decision, and it looks like we force them to take whatever it is. In most cases, we force them to take whatever it is. And therefore, the role they can play, they would not. They will turn a blind eye towards anything. And so when you look at the areas that we did the work, Ghana Gas and ENI has been very, very, let me say, attentive to some of these things. Because remember, their pipeline is right by there. And so they keep on ensuring that the community is satisfied, even though there are some still issues. But they are trying their best to make sure the communities are satisfied. And so what is required of the government is always being pushed on the companies. So they are saying my street light, which is supposed to be government responsibility, they are saying the companies should do. They are saying our roads, which is supposed to be government responsibility, sometimes they say government should do. Even the hospital that have been built by the company, sometimes they were also demanding that there should be more than one hospital in Ikwe for them. And therefore, they want the company to do more. But typically, this would have been more of what the government could do. So if we can strengthen them, the local capacity in the community, they will be able to ensure that the right accountability is demanded from the government. So from the decision to extract, to how we award licenses, and making sure that they are not just aware, they also have some say in it as well, to our operations, during operations, to the revenue we collect, they making sure how much we've collected and how we are utilizing the revenue and how we are spending the revenue. Across the entire decision chain, community engagement is very, very relevant. And so I will just ask by concluding, what can current accountability institutions do? So as we are here, we have GHEITI here, we have PIAC here. Of course, I would say Ghana Audit Service could also be, is also an accountability institution. What can we do to ensure that when it comes to decision making in the extractives, communities are well engaged? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Sorry about that. The way the guys were saying your time is 5 minutes, 2 minutes, I had to rush and jump over some of the.
Yes, so we'll have enough time at the end during the panel discussion to talk about, to ask more questions, but we will take 2 questions. Yes. So.
In fact, Sammy, I wish I had another period to also do another lecture to raise, to try and address all the issues he had raised earlier. You see, in land value, I mean, when anybody wants to take land for whatever, okay, the first thing is, I, the occupant of the land, if I own the land, I should decide whether I'm going to give it out or not. Mm-hmm. So when you come to me, you are coming to try to convince me to give the land out, and then how much I'm willing to give it out for. That's the the general principle. So when they go around doing valuation, etc., they should go with a professional valuer. I should be present. We should go through the process all along. Now, I can also appoint somebody to do the negotiations on my behalf, and it's within my rights. Now, I have enough. I have enough. The interesting thing is that you know what is happening now. You see, you are talking about the fact that people are enlightened and all that about the laws. So you know what the state is now going to do? The state is going to acquire the land, the concession. The state is now going through a process to come out with an instrument to acquire the land. In which case, once the state acquires it, okay, once it acquires it, you, the occupant of the land, you only have a right to a fair and adequate compensation to be paid. So now it is not for you to decide whether you are going to give it out or not, because some of the farmers say they will not give it out. So the state is now going around to acquire the land. When they finish acquiring it, they now hand it over to a mining company to do that. And then fair and adequate compensation is then supposed to be paid to. So the decision to either allow or not to allow, they want to take it away from the people. And it is the state that is trying to do that. So that's why I'm saying we can have a whole lecture on some of these things. But let me leave that there for now. Local content. In fact, the law on local content simply defines local content as anything Ghanaian. It is within the mining companies that I heard that, you see, they have something called local. So in local content, yes, the mining companies have local content, which means that people who come really from the area. So, I mean, I come from Kwewu, there is no mineral there. But when we are talking about local content, I have every right to a job opening in Elembele as any person from Elembele has. Because the law itself on local content simply defines local content to be Ghanaian. So the issues about the local, the local people raising issues, etc., by law, I mean, nothing bars me from coming from Kwewu to come and take a job at Elembele when there's somebody who comes from Ekwe, for instance, okay, or Anochi or something. Okay, so that is. I mean, we have issues. The state is not acting as if we think about the welfare of our people. We are more interested in the money that comes to us than, because if you are looking at level of development, human development, etc. It's not just about the economics. It's about the human welfare. Ask yourself, if there are 500 workers, like farmers, on a piece of land, in terms of value from the land, if everybody has half an acre, okay, in terms of value of life, yes. But then, because the state cannot go around taxing these small farmers, okay, give me, at the end of the year, give me 5 cedis, 10 cedis, and how much would that be, and all that. The state is more interested in giving it out. So at the end of the year, like you said, it is, it's like, it is there, it's guaranteed. The state is more interested in that than really the development of the people. That's basically what it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In terms of the local content, so Ghana Gas, we engage Ghana Gas at the local level. They confirm that they don't have anything local, but they tend to please. One thing they were doing, I think, is important, is they are trying to train some of the locals who have come together to do corrosion prevention, whereby they will be painting. When we go there, you see the facility tend to be rusting at a faster pace because there is the sea and there is gas. So I'm not a scientist, so I don't know which chemical lead to that. It's the sea, okay. So they are trying to train the locals to start the painting, whereby they will form a small company by the locals, and then they will give them the contract to do it. So in the interim, they will let the contractor help them to carry out that. But as they said, when it comes to the local employment, they were based on the people of Nzima, not necessarily people coming from where the thing is located. So when you go there, but you've employed some people from Nzima, but the communities are also interested in we are here. So how come we are not getting some of these jobs as well? Of course, there is a lot to that compared to what the community has just said, including qualifications and others as well. So that is important. We need to also look out for that.
Okay, just a quick one. Sami, when you were presenting on the land acquisition here and there, and then what goes to those who are original owners of the land. I come from Takoradi. I'm just reiterating that, and I've been exposed to some of these things a lot of the time. What you also didn't tell us, or perhaps you didn't get to realize, sometimes when the community members, they are aware that a mining company is coming to acquire a particular area, quickly you would have people who would go and then overnight they can grow a farm. You understand? In such places, or within. Yeah,
but for me, that thing is within their right.
Yes, but you see, you are not also.
There is a law that says that once we demarcate the place, I think for 3 years or whatever before, you can't do anything on it, because even if you do, you won't pay that compensation because you already identified. Yes, but the question is this: are you telling me if that is my farm that I plant every year?
No, that is not the argument I am making.
Okay.
But I'm telling you that there are instances where people would go and then they cultivate farms. I don't know how they manage to do that. And then yes, and at the end of the day, these people will be the ones going around crying foul that when the others were being compensated, I was neglected here and there. I'm giving you the other side of the issue. You understand? And so once we are discussing it, it is important we also point that out. Now, the bigger issue is that sometimes we need people from the MMDAs to be part of some of these engagements, because it starts from there. Local development issues starts from there. For a lot of these mining companies and oil and gas companies, it is important they have development communication officers, because just like you said, using the participatory approach in a lot of the things that they do in terms of their engagement with the local communities will help a lot to avoid some of these issues that comes up in the future. Let me cite the example of AGA. Now, if you go to AGA, what they are doing right now, they have a training program that they run for, the host community. And now there's an option to bring any other person from outside the host community who is also interested to be part of, the training. The training program that they offer is by way of their CSR activities. No, it is not only limited to grass cutter rearing. You understand? It's also about, welding, things that relate directly to mining. At the end of the day, after participating, if a local contractor finds you resourceful enough or qualified enough to be employed, you can gain entrance and then you gainfully working. So these are some of the approaches some of the mining companies take to, sort of help the communities. Other companies can also
send money whilst I can get it cash and be free without paying any tax. So it's economics. If I have the opportunity to go and do, if somebody has a small scale mine and I have the opportunity to go there and get 500 cedis a day, how long will it take me for me to plant oil palm and get that 500 cedis a day? Even if I'm a welder, I won't get that. So once it's economics, it's very difficult for you to tame people to do one thing. It's very difficult for you to tame people. Oil and gas now may be not like mining, because then you can't just get up and dig gas or oil from the ground now. If they had that option, they would have done it. So it's economics. So for alternative livelihoods, it's something very difficult. Maybe probably the best approach would be education, long-term education and tertiary education, so that the person has a lot of different skills that they could, and I think the funds that some of the mining companies have set up doing scholarships and others, maybe for a long term, it could help as well.
Thank you. I think I agree with you about 95% of your presentation. And some of of course, they are based on research. So, but in terms of community reactions to some things, sometimes the wider public do not understand. For example, the point he just made. I remember at a point in time, the company I used to work with wanted to establish an airstrip at a village called Granting. Those of you who know Huni Valley and those areas. And so I was in charge of some aspect of it. We did engagement and all that. And then before long, there was a metropolis that had developed. When I say metropolis, you understand. Mm-hmm. People had gone to build some 2x4 building with iron sheets. Some people from Kumasi would come. Some would have an arrangement. And all of a sudden, that place was completely flooded with buildings and other activities. Obviously, the company decided not to do it anymore. So there were some who clandestinely came to me wanting compensation. And then they would want to make noise about it. There was an incident when the regional minister, Western regional minister, not the current one, I think one of them, I think it was JB Idu. The community people came complaining very bitterly about what the mines had done. And knowing me personally, he called me and almost transferred the anger. And then I said, Honorable, you know what, why don't you come to the place? He came, I took him around. He would see pineapple which is bearing fruit, but you touch it and it is down. You see cocoa. Yes, they just to impress. And so he got angry. Now he transferred his anger back to the community members who had come to him to cry foul about what's happening. So community too is very strategic. Sometimes they are very, very strategic if you are not careful. And they will make a lot of noise. And if you are not able to make the difference, you are not able to sort of, discern into what they are doing, you might always think that they are being hard done by that. Yes, they are being hard done generally. But sometimes they also do hard to some of these companies. And then I also like the point of education. I think there are some companies which have established funds that are creating real wealth in education. I was walking somewhere when I met a woman. He said, "Oh, Chief, thank you very much." I didn't actually make him out, but I was like, "Oh, yendasi." And then I said, "Why?" "Oh, we are now about my scholarship. He's a doctor." I mean, he was becoming a medic. This woman comes from a village called Bompiaso. And he was now doing medicine, something that he wouldn't have been able to do if those. And we have quite a number of them in the area. For instance, in the Daman Takwa area that have access. And I think that's the best, one of the best ways of giving back to the community. But generally, I think it's a very impressive. You've made my work actually very easy in your presentation.
I mean, I have had personal experience. My brother-in-law at Kenyasi, as a young person since the mine, is now a mining person who is not even working. He's in Australia now. He went through the scholarship to do masters and everything. He works in Australia now, not even coming back to the mine. But with that, well, a long term, I mean, they get to know that, you know, they won't come back worrying you in the mine. And also for the Ahafunov issue, Doc, I think the people we engage with are people with 10 years, cocoa farms and others. They are rather peeved about the valuation. And they said, whether they like it or not, they are being pushed to take it like that. Exactly. So that's where, for EPA, they won't stop mentioning your name. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Same. So, one other comment from...
Hello. Okay, Mr. Presenter, when some of us are auditors, but we are professionals in our own area, when it comes to the evaluation, there's no way in the law that even the government can impose a value on a property or, I mean, these crops on the owners. They also have the right to do their own valuation and counter whatever is being given to them. So what I will entreat, I mean, some of these CSOs who are into engaging them to be doing is to helping them to know their rights. Sometimes I can understand. Those people are, sorry to say, that poor, they are ignorant, they don't know some of these laws, and so they go around crying. I would say unnecessarily. Meanwhile, they have rights, and then some of the CSOs can assist them in a way. Either because we've done projects where some people have, I mean, get them consultants to sometimes fight on their behalf. So it's not like this is what we'll give to you, and it's, I mean, you take it or you leave it. The law always makes provision for the one who is being affected to also put in his claim.
Thank you. I mean, let me give you some things we can't see, but let me tell you. In some of the communities in Ahafnof, they said no. I remember the overlord is Asantehene. At some point in time, their chiefs were called and said, go and tell your people whether they like it or not, we want the mine. Look, this one is not the law way. Do you understand? So then their consultant, then Nana said he wants, it's a lecturer at Tech, that the one that Newmont is appointing, that's the one they want the same lecturer to be for the community. Do you understand? So sometimes it's not about the law way. When they tackle you and it doesn't work, they go through the traditional route. And you know, when a Tumfo tells you that no, it can take you out of your chieftaincy seat if you don't take care. So they've used that traditional as well. Even that, some chiefs are still, they've taken themselves out and they are letting their community members to say no. But trust me, the community members know the law now. In Ahafnof, they know it. They will quote to the companies. But the companies are not even trying to meet them. They are working through, I think, EPA now. And I think that's where the challenge is. So it's you know, I guess we should use this as a lesson and start engaging them, even when we demarcate areas and say, this place will be mining area. So whenever we place a moratorium you can't do this and you can't do that and you can't do that. But for the moratorium issue, Doc, you know it. Even you and I would have done it. When I know that, when I come and put some 2x4 building, it's a human nature. But as you said, if you have the picture first, and then you come and say, this was taken in 2013, 3 years. Sometimes to the company's wait or the processes within Minerals Commission go more than the 3 years moratorium, which is the maximum. I think it's a maximum. There is a maximum years you can put the moratorium. It goes beyond that. And you are still saying that the person cannot do anything on the land. So now, communities were even educating me. I can tell you, now they have a lot of information, which I believe it should be something we should adopt and provide that training for all the communities so they can stand in there for themselves.
One last comment. Thank you very much, Mr. Samuel Bepu. And this one, I'm Ruth Mens for Women in Mining. And looking at our communities, I think Doctor touched on the scholarship. I also want to touch on the community apprenticeship. Like you mentioned, now it's not only the farming, because the farming, most of the old people in the community, they will concentrate on the farming. But when you come to the youth, we want something to do in the mines. So what the mines have done is the community apprenticeship. So it runs through. You can be a hairdresser, you can be a welder, you can be a mason, you can, whatever the mining, or even dump truck operator, whatever the mines we have and we are doing, we pick people from the community, we attach them to most of the departments and the secretaryship. Someone can come, they want to be secretary, they want to learn computing, they want to, so everything that the mines are doing, we get people from the community, we attach them to those departments of their interests, and then they would do it for a year or 6 months. Some, when they finish, not necessarily in the community, they can go elsewhere, but some, when they finish, they will need a little bit push, maybe a sewing machine, something to help them. And the companies also do that to help them to be independent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ruth, for your comments and all the comments that came in. It's clear that this issue about communities, we need a whole day to talk about it. But I'm glad we've got different perspectives. I didn't know about some of the issues that Kizito and Doc raised, but it's important that we hear different sides of the story each time. So our next speaker is going to talk to us about social equity and inclusion, particularly gender and indigenous rights in the extractive industry. Please help me welcome Mrs. Hamdia Chieboa Ansa, the ASM coordinator for women in mining.
All of a sudden.
Okay.
Oh, I'll be using this. So. Okay. Good morning. I hope I'm okay. Yeah, so I'm Hamdia Chieboa Ansa. You can call me Dia. I'm here today representing women in mining in Ghana. And normally when you hear women in mining, they just ask that, so are you all in mining? Or you are just, having the NGO tag on. I'm a minerals engineer from UMAT. I also lecture in UMAT. And today I'll be talking about the social equity and inclusion, looking at gender and indigenous people's rights. We have some projects ongoing that I'll briefly talk about, and at the end of the day, I think we will all be happy to join WIM and also to help our women or our ladies, the girl child, to also go into engineering. So, the presentation will run from the introduction to the positive outcomes. As we know, the mining is a male-dominated industry. So one thing is, your sex was something that you were your biological makeup. You can be a boy or a girl. But when we talk about gender, we have the male, the female. So there is this notion that you can be a girl with a male, you know, dominance. I wouldn't go into that area because I don't talk about that. Yes. Yes. So when you are mining, you see us in our safety boots, in the trouser. Someone will ask, so if you are pregnant, how do you do that? Somewhere last year I got pregnant and I had to go to Idiapre mines to teach the minerals engineering there. And with my long stomach, I had to wear maternity jeans and, you know, it was quite uncomfortable. So even the mining outfit, it's skewed towards the males and how they dress. So it's like we are always trying to pave into the mining industry and the extractive industry to talk about it. We have the large scale and then the small scale. So I'll be talking about both, and apart from that to the academia. There is this notion that, oh, now there are women going into the mining industry. But I tell you, when we are looking at the license buyers in small scale miners, the males are about 94%, and we have the females being just 6%. We look at the large scale mining labor force, we have males 85%, females being 15%. We can go over to the concession owners, that is very low. The ASM team will talk about this, that women, it's either the males are getting more concession than the females, and now we are trying to break that barrier also. Now, in terms of the large-scale mine, the labor force, you know, recently they are telling you that, oh, we are encouraging women to come into the mining field, go fields, we are advertising this position, Newmont, they are doing the same. But when we look at this workforce, the males, I believe you can see this represents the males. So this was for the 2020 labor force, the males percentage and then the female. So normally it's just about 1% of the employment given to the males that becomes that for the females. Okay, so still talking about, this was just last year, a gender analysis that was done, and this source is from Minerals Commission. So you realize that on an average, about 91% are males in these extractive industries, and whilst the females are just 9%. When we look at both, okay. Okay, yes. There was actually not even a great data on this information until recently when we started talking about gender inclusiveness, women being part of it. And now we are trying, in terms of the senior sector, the senior managerial sector, we have females, though they are 399, the males are about 2,470. So you realize with these percentages, there is actually a big gap that we need to close. And if we need to close it, we need people like us to start educating our ladies on what can be done. So mining is actually not a male-dominated industry. You and I can work there. Whether you are, in fact, ladies can work there. And you shouldn't be worried about your family, how you take care of your kids, how you manage when you are pregnant, you know, all the issues that come with it. Because when you accept yourself as a lady, as a woman, you'll be able to blend in where you face any challenge. I have with me here Madame Ruth Mens. She is with Ghana Manganese, and then she's been working there for over 10 years. She's a mother, a wife, about 4 kids, and she's been working there. She's now the acting mining manager, yes, for GMC. And that is a big role, and she's been part ever since she graduated from University of Mines. That was like a long time ago. So these are some of the success stories that we have, and that should help us know that women, we have a place in this mining industry. And then talking about the mining industry, it's not just that. We consider academia, we consider the government. Now we're looking at how to change policies to help women also fit in. As I'm here, I'm an engineer. Minerals engineer, chemical and petrochemicals engineer, and at the same time into academia. Currently, the lithium that was discovered in the Ewoya area, I'm working with the VC on how to extract this lithium. So women, we actually pushing. So you don't just say that you're a woman, so yeah, something should be done for you. It's for abled women. And if you need to be an abled woman, you have to go through that education. And now we have scholarships that consider women. We have the GTEP, the Ghana Chamber of Mines, bringing a greater opportunity. In UMAT, we have GNPC, we have a lot of scholarships. So it's like there's actually no barrier now to say that you want to sit back. And also, we consider, in terms of ASM, we have women who are now licensed buyers, like Dr. Amina Tahiru. She's I think the first female owning a large-scale concession. She started as a small-scale miner. She has not even been to school before. But if you meet her and you talk to her, it's like, she tells you that what drives her is her love for money, as she jovially puts it. And if you want to make money, you want to just push, you have to also educate yourself. You don't have to just, just be in a corner or say that, oh, I'm a woman, so let me just pass through. You should be a woman that is capable, a woman that can push. And also, when we look at the women in entrepreneurs and then the mine support service, we have women also being contractors and providing support to the mining industry. Before we started, we had some challenges, and that was like the lack of effective leaders, because most of the leaders at the HR were males, so it was difficult communicating some of our challenges with them. But with time, the females are also going in and they're helping change it. Recently, I heard that Idiakwe Mines, they've increased their maternity leave, which was 3 months, because you know that at 3 months that you're supposed to resume work, your child is still small. In fact, you even be, 3 months I had to resume lectures, and I just go for lectures. 1 minute I'm just calling the house, asking if she's okay. If she's, you'll be worried, because that 3 months, the baby is still small to just leave at home. So getting a nanny, getting a nursery in these companies, in every organization, is a must that we all should consider. And then we come to the family life balance. The moment you enter the mines, you are scared of even conceiving. Because they'll tell you that, how can you, okay, when you give birth this year, you have to wait like 3 years. Because you cannot be going on maternity leave every now and then. And when you're on maternity leave, you have to, be paid as well. So there are these challenges that we are trying to address. Someone will enter the mines and is like, I have to wait 2 years because I just got my employment. Because that 2 years, you are scared, what if I get pregnant and my boss sidelines me? Because there are situations where you are heavily pregnant, you have to travel maybe from Takwa to Damai, Goldfields. Okay, for me, that was what I did. Once there was a contract in Damai that we had to go and give the junior staff training on mining audit. And then they just looked at me and like, "Dear, sit down." And I was like, "Oh, I can do it." He said, "We don't want, so unless your husband agrees." So you see, at that point, I didn't have anything to say, because I was like, God, if you say no, you are in trouble. That was too much. So they had to call my husband for him to confirm. Someone would say that, but you were a woman, you should have talked about this. So that comes to the fact that I'm a woman, yes, but then I've accepted the fact that I'm not a male. I won't brush shoulders with you. There are some things I can't do. When I resume from work, I wouldn't be doing this kiki thing like we are climbing the ball mill, we are climbing the CIL area and everything. So these mining companies, normally, when you resume from maternity leave, they'll give you the administrative aspect. Maybe if you're in the metallurgical aspect, be doing more of the met accounting, be doing more of the labs. And that is not the point to prove that you are a superwoman. Accept that you are a woman. I always say this in all my presentations, that when we do that, it actually helps us create that good relationship with the males. And please, my dear males, we are not competing with you at all. We are not competing with you. We know that you can do it, but we also want to prove that we also can do it. So just give us that equity. If you have to help a woman a little bit, do that. In UMAT now, the admissions, we consider females and then males. Now, it used to be 60-40. Luckily, this year was 50-50. And yes, thank you. And the 50-50, maybe a lady will get grade 15. She will be considered. But that doesn't mean a male had grade 12 that was cut off. No. We just opened the gap for more women to fill in. And that is why now UMAT is no more longer a boys' school. At least now we are blending in. And even that we still need lecturers, because in my department, we are only 2 females. Myself and then my other colleague, apart from our Professor Grace, who is now up there. Okay, so we still need the females to come on board. You shouldn't be scared about whatever that you think is an issue. And then in terms of, still on the challenges, okay, we have the lack of transparency, the community issues, as Sammy talked about. We are also facing that, the informal mining. You know, you go for trainings and these kids are not even in school. They are on the mine site. And then you ask them why, I was like, my father didn't leave money in the house, so I have to go and get money. So you see, these are also some of the challenges that we face. Mining, it's lucrative, I won't lie. And about this alternative work, once we went to train women in bead making, they came all right, they were like, Madam, bead making, a better chance I'm in Sika. Because with small gold, you just go and wash, you'll be getting 2,000, 5,000, you know, that's amounts of money. So how do you want me to replace it with making bead, making, you know, liquid soap? Liquid soap, they send you. So these are some of the issues that we are having. So now, women in mining, we have a group of ladies that we are training. We are liaising with other NGOs or other organizations. There are some ASM women that they want to venture into alternative livelihood and not the liquid soap making. They want to try the dump truck driving. They want to try like the ladybird, you know, the women who are the ones that drive the fuel tankers, the welders. So it's like now, women, at least when we are doing well, we are empowering the women more, and I hope the males will support us because we need you, okay? Okay, so in terms of, yes, I talked about this. And then access to finance by the ASN women. Most of the times they are telling you that even they don't have the money to buy the ore, so they normally rely on, let me use a typical project that we did last year in Tinga. The women get their money from the Burkina Base, because the Burkina Base come to Tinga, give them the money to buy the ore. So it's like I've loaned you that money, but when you get your concentrate, when you get your gravity recoverable gold, the tailings belongs to me. And then also the gold you get, I have a percentage in it. So you realize even with that, the ladies are still not at a good, you know, point. And then when we ask them why their males don't assist, they say that no, the males, you can't tell them you want to go into mining. Because it's like mining is for the boys, it's for the men. And even if you go to the field, and you want to inspect their mines. Once we went in mining, we did that. And the man there just took me to a ghetto. And I mean, if you look at that ghetto, you won't enter there. I don't know whether they just took us there to scare us. Even how the hole was and then the wooden structure around it, it was very risky to just venture there. And then immediately they'll tell you that this is why women can't go into mining. But I tell you, that is not the story. We can all help change that story. And then in terms of the working conditions, like the child care, I talked about it, because that's one of the things that normally push the women away. Every woman wants to be a good wife and then a good mother to the kids. No one wants to leave their kids somewhere. We always want to bring them together. So if these companies can also help out, I think that would also be good. And yes, so the reason why I'm talking about this is because when you involve women, when you involve this gender, when we try to create this equity with both the large scale, small scale, academia, government, whatever, it actually increases creativity. Because a woman is bringing an idea, another one is bringing one. Recently it was heard that on the board of directors where there are more females, though the decision taking, you know, it takes long, there are more innovations. It's like the women, because of that motherly instinct that they have, they're able to really take good care of projects better than the males. And also increase opportunities and resources. Because if you and I have access, we'll be able to do a better job. And then it helps with this harmony. Because when you go to an area where you're not the only female, at least today I'm happy I'm seeing a lot of females and males in the summer school, and that is a good one. Initially you go for these projects and it's like you're the only female sitting there. It's either you're the only female or you can just count the number of females around. Now, I think things are getting better, and we can do that by encouraging our women, encouraging our girls into STEM. Women in mining, we have a mentorship program going on. We have the Girls to Mining. Now we are looking at the senior high school level, the JHS level. In Takoradi, we go to UBAS, we go to Brahabebom. In other places too, we are trying. That's because we want to catch them young so that we can bring them up together. University of Mines too, we are also doing that. We are catching them young. So you see, you don't have to, in the house too, you can start. Not saying that, okay, the girls only wash dishes. You can actually make the roles in the house more, friendly. Don't make it gendered. Okay, a lady can read. From my house, my father is a mechanical engineer. My elder sister, she's now an underground miner. And she's a lady, I'm the lady. My father will go, we were building our house around the Funko Beach area. He buys the cement and he doesn't say that you are girls, so go and sit down. We all carry the cement. And it's funny that the 2 girls did science, the 2 boys are doing general arts. You see, and someone will say that, so your first daughters are engineers, and then your other son wants to be a lawyer. My father was like, that is how they are. You can't compromise with it. So allow your kids and allow them to, be who they are. Just assist them and guide them. So we should also increase the STEM. In the science, everything that we do, mathematics is not difficult. It's very easy. You just have to get a good teacher to start training them. So that's what I'll talk about here. And then I'll just present briefly on what Newmont Ghana, they are doing about this gender inclusiveness. Thank you. The second presentation will be on Newmont. I think that was also sent to the technical team.
Okay, so if you have any questions,
I think. No, I was just surprised you just. She didn't even finish talking, and your hand was up.
Even during the presentation, there was a lot of chit chat, and so this topic is very interesting.
Thank you.
So thank you, our male counterparts, for helping us get this far. But there's a lot to be done. Like my colleague said, we are not rubbing shoulders with you, but let's face the fact, if you have a male and a female in an office, what are the challenges that both will face? The female would have to marry. They will give birth. Small. Please. Yeah, you impregnate us, allow. Yeah. So I'm coming again. Allow.
This topic.
Okay, so let me put it. The male will impregnate us and we'll go and give birth. So we'll go and give birth. You impregnate us and we'll go and give birth. And then we'll come back. It's a joint venture. But listen, if myself and you, okay, we are in the same office and it comes to training, and I'm on maternity leave, would you want your boss to call me to come for that training, knowing that I sat in the same classroom with you? Would you want that? But in that case, when I'm going, I can't go like you. I can't just pick my bag and go for the training. If I have to go, the company will have to spend a little bit more on me. Maybe I have to come with my child. Maybe there should be a nanny to come with me. The company would have to spend a little bit more compared to just a male going. So please, let's consider. And when we wake up in the morning and one of our children is sick, please be frank, will a male be very willing to take that? Oh, you are saying yes here. I definitely know know that you will tell your wife, please take the child to the hospital.
You are not even home. You are mostly
You
not
will, you
home.
will definitely do.
I think
So,
my husband
put
only
yourself-
once every month because he's at Eastern region working.
So please, yeah, put yourself in our shoes. If it was your wife who was reporting to the office that late and giving you that excuse, would you accept it? You would accept it, but another male will not accept it. Because it was not the wife or the child or the, but remember, it's your fellow colleague. It's your fellow colleague's child who was sick and then the wife has to. So please, like we said, we are not competing.
Not at all.
We are not competing, but help us. Help us, encourage us to get there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I think it makes every sense for us to spend a little bit more on women. Just to be, if women decide not to have children at all, the businesses will not have the requisite human resources to work. So if for nothing at all, there is every reason for businesses to spend a little bit more on women. And I'm happy that when I was at the commission, just before I left, I'd established a women's desk, gender desk at the commission. I believe it's growing now. Now, I realized that in your presentation, and very, very interesting, you had it, but you didn't say anything about it. The illegal mining side of things. There was gender parity there. If you look at her slides, yeah, but that part was skipped. But in the illegal mining side, there was parity.
50-50.
The graph was 50-50. It's because there was no entry barrier.
Yes.
But then if you go seriously, you see the type of job the women do. They do most of the carrying, the drudgery, the hard work side, they do it. And I can also say, based on some research, that women are more amenable to alternative livelihood than men, or the other options. We did a study that we wanted to take people out of Galamsey, and women who were involved would only go and carry, and they go and buy analgesics, paracetamol, this, and then they will go with bodily pains, go back home to take care of family and so on. So when we introduced the alternative, they were more willing if the returns would be a little closer to what they got. Because after carrying all those things, they will get in those days maybe 80 cedis. So if they have an alternative arrangement that will give them 60 cedis, they will prefer that to the 80 cedis. So I think our targeting must be more on the female side, and then giving them some parity in terms of payment. Finally, I think research seems to also suggest that it is safer to have women doing some kind of things at the mine, because they tend to be more detailed. They pay more attention to details. And then also they are safer, particularly those who drive the big trucks. They normally have less potency to be involved in accident. So there's everything good for that. But I think that the trend is changing. We must admit that these days men are not blocking. They are not blocking the way. They are gradually encouraging. I know that some of the mines, they have a 30% target. Some mines have 30% target that they want to elevate the involvement of women to at least 30%. And I've seen, in fact, Mrs. Mens, I thought she completed the university not long ago, but I just did the calculation. Well, I saw her when she completed UMAT, and she was everybody needed her because they needed a meticulous female staff. So I think the trend is positive. Maybe we should push it more, and maybe women should not make themselves, like you rightly said, like we are the weaker side. You have what you have to do. It doesn't make you weak. it's your strength level, and I think males should also look at it. So thank you. I think I really like and look at in the mines, some of the terms, and I'm happy they are changing.
Yes.
You know, because mining was a female-dominated business, all their terms seem to be romantic. For instance, if they have barren carbon, which is carbon that has not been, it's got to do with, female. If you are going to strip the carbon, they have this kind of funny things. Okay, but I'm happy we are changing those terminologies.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doug.
Thank you. Okay. So, since the next presentation is now, please continue and then.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So, thank you very much, Dr. Tony Owen. Just as he was saying, initially, the terms that were used in the mines, even in terms of the signages, everything is changing. This is from Newmont, okay? The women in mining team in Newmont, we work with them, and gradually the policies are changing. Now we don't have anything like the pregnant solution. So we use carbon in extracting the gold in the CIO, in leaching the gold, okay? So the gold gets attached to the carbon. Okay, actually that's also another one for another discussion. So now we don't have pregnant solution. So if the solution is rich with the gold, we just call it rich solution. We don't have anything like barren carbon. After you have removed the gold from the carbon, it's now called the spent carbon. And then the virgin carbon. You just bring a new carbon from these carbon manufacturing companies to extract the gold, then you call it a virgin carbon. That has also changed. So now we are trying to, there's something like the pregnant robin, we have the gold robin. The stripping. Okay. And you see, even in the processing, even when we are lecturing in hydrometallurgy, we just tell them when you recover the gold from the carbon, you strip it. And then the boys will just start, we are stripping it naked. So they just start having funny ideas. So now we use the spent water tank instead of the stripping water tank. And also, now as I was talking about the maternity where Newmont, they have introduced this. So this is going to help us, feel free with no restrictions. And then for returning mothers, they've also made a package for them. This is a branded onesies with the HRs will help you welcome. So it's not like you've got to give birth, so you're even hiding coming back. I remember once when I resumed for maternity leave, one of my colleagues just said, "Dear, Mom, 3 years if you because course is not those. Now the Professor Mankwa has introduced new courses to the school, so it's like yeah, Pacho and Kobu chain. But who am I to decide on that?" And also, they have made lactating rooms for returning mothers. So Newmont, actually, I wanted to share their success story because they've really done a good job on this. And not just Newmont, I think even now some churches, they don't breastfeed in churches. Now some churches, I can talk about Catholic church. Sorry, I'm a Catholic, so the church I go to, now we have a lactating room. So during Mass, if you want to just take care of your daughter, you just go outside to the room, and a very, very nice furnished air-conditioned room. So they have this at the website. And yes, so actually this is some of the projects that we also look at empowering women. Oh boy, okay, and now it's not going again. But all the same, there was a scholarship awarded to the best female, and I had the best male coming to complain to me that, Madam, I was the best male, and I got only 1,000 cedis and a small laptop. And then the best female, hey, Madam, you got 12,000, you got this, you got this. And then I just told him that it's difficult for a woman to get a GPA in UMass above 88. And for this lady to get that, I mean, all the minds were amazed, so. No. You see, I'm coming. Yeah, you see? And then, please allow me to land before. Okay. Okay. So this lady was actually my student in the mining sector. So normally in the mining department, okay, in the mining department, The ladies go there, they do well with the normal first class, the 81, 82s, but then she was an outstanding student. So Newmont decided to give her an outstanding package. That was that 12,000 that she received. But that didn't mean that the male was also left like that, no. You see, it's all about networking also. I talk about network. So this lady was a member of YM. But this gentleman was not a member of YM. He didn't have any social groups on campus. So now I encourage students to join social groups on campus. Join the YM, join the SEM and all the other groups, women in mining and all the other groups. Okay. And then with the Ghana Institute of Engineering, we are also participating with them, with this lady also. Now we are mentoring the females in Newmont, Ghana. We have after national service, they get mentors helping them out. And yeah, so this is a bit about Newmont and their achievements, getting the best mining company because of this inclusiveness that they have introduced into their system. And in their board of directors, we have Madam Adiki, being one of the, I think the sub-regional and even Africa, Newmont Africa. She's also pushing the agenda for females a lot. And we know that we have all these Pinktober. You've heard about the Pinktober, where in October we all go pink, and I think the guys, you love that part. Oh. So they are also bringing up the International Women's Day, where the women also appreciate. I think this year, the International Women's Day, the Takwa MC, I was in the Takwa MC area, and the MC was really impressed with how things are going, the pace and everything. And that's because now women are being involved, even in the local government. Now there are women picking up forms for government positions. And I think we should all push this up. Speak up sessions, the menstrual pad dispensation and all of that. We know that recently there is this issue of the prices, the hiking in prices. So we're also trying to help out. These mining industries are providing parts all over. The International Women's Day, Women in Mining, we distributed parts, most of the mining companies, the communities. We did that, and we just don't want it to be just the International Women's Day, but we want it to be an everyday thing, because we know the complications that come with using the wrong tool. Okay, so the Pinktober, these were some of the pictures that they got, talking about breast cancer, how we can help curb it, and then about the Gratitude Day, Chocolate Day, where there was chocolate from Women in Mining, Newmont, for all the women and their hard work. So these are pictures of what has been going on, involving women in their every decision. Thank you. So I'll now be ready for your answers. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Amdia. We'll some comments.
So,
please.
David was. Okay. Okay.
Oh, no, I'm ready. Yes.
I think my question was on the first presentation.
Yeah.
I think Dr. Odmin also said something about it, about the fact that the company targeted 30% female participation. So my question is, at what point do you say there is gender inclusivity? Is there any specific percentage, maybe 30%? Female participation in the labor force, do we say that, okay, we are okay? Is there any particular rates? Because you mentioned some of the slides, you mentioned that there was low female participation. Yes. So when do we say it's okay?
That's a follow-up. When you look at University of Ghana, they had a affirmative action program. Now, in the end, they were rather getting more female than male. So do you have that plan as to when you are to stop the affirmative action? Because if you don't handle it well, it will be a disadvantage against men in the long run. Thank you.
So we take 3 and then, or maybe you should go at the 2. Okay. And then after that we do, so that it doesn't stay long.
So I will start with the percentage. So there is this issue that the mining companies are going, like we are looking at 30%. So, oh, we employed 400, we employed maybe 30 females. So we needed some workers, we employed 30. You go and find out that they employed actually 300 males. So there is always this issue, but they will tell you that we are employing more women, but the percentage is actually less. So this is from Minerals Commission, per the data that they collected. And then we realized that the percentage of women is not even up to that 10%. It's not even up to 10%, talk of the 30% they are looking at. So at times, now there is this advert that they'll write, females can apply. I feel they shouldn't have even been there. You should have just allowed us all to, because now females can apply. So what are you trying to say? So, see, these issues, these can be taken out. Just apply. If you are male or female, just apply. Okay, and then we are looking at how do we include them in terms of the communities. That's why we are starting with this, catching them young. So now the ladies, we are going to encourage them to participate in science-related programs in the SHS. SHS, we have a team that will groom them into engineering. So they are going to JUNE, UMAT, Tech. Okay. So right from there, you join women in mining, and then, so it's about networking also. So you join women in mining, and then you are getting these mining attachment and all of that. So that is how we can help bridge that gap, by encouraging the girls and then the ladies into the mining sector. I think that's okay. And also about your, maybe Madam Ruth.
I think the percentage, they've said 30, but we are not there yet. The 30%, and it's even not a national policy. Most of the mining companies have set
made it themselves.
It's not a national policy that every company should have at least 30%. No, it's not there. But the mining companies, because it's male dominated, because in other places when you go, it's female. In other places when you go, it's female dominated. But in the mining sector, it's male dominated. That's why we've given ourselves a 30%. When we reach there, maybe we can think about what to do. But as at now, we are not there yet. We are around 9-10%.
Okay. So the next.
Yes, here. Okay, mine is not a question, but a contribution, and to say thumbs up for the work that you are doing.
Thank you.
I mean, aside everything, some of us were reacting to some of the issues not because you are women, but we also have female children, and we wish they will get to some level, I mean, as other women have gotten to. So I will encourage you, and I say that I like the approach. I mean, knowing that in terms of biological this thing, we are different, and so there should be a way, and that's, I mean, gradual, and the way you are going, like, I mean, trying to advise the women. So I will encourage you to work on the women more by themselves, because sometimes when even you need them, they have to stand up to the occasion. So work on them to come out and then take up some of these jobs.
Thank you very much. I remember there was a training in Tinga, okay, with World Bank sponsored women in mining in doing that. So I was a technical trainer, helping the small-scale miners know how to mine right, the responsible mining aspect. And once we had a meeting at 2, and they just told them, Madam, we can't come at 2. I asked when they were like, our husbands eat at 2. I was like, what? So actually there's a time that, because of that, they can't come. So that day we had to cancel the training. So now we had to go to the husbands through the Tengarua, the chief, to talk to him that, please, talk to your males that they should allow the women to come. Yes. You see, and that was because in the morning, we were done with the morning session. So the afternoons were the ones that we go to the field to pick up the ore and teach them the rice loo size and the angle and everything. And this was one of the challenges that we had. So at times, even asking them to come on board is difficult. At times, we need permission from the mills. So this is one of the things that we as the mills here can also, I know all of you are very good, and I mean, you allow your wives, your children to go every land, but it's not every mill that is like that. That is why we're talking about this today. So thank you.
All right, thank you. So my name is Francis. Thank you for the presentation. You've really enlightened us on some of the challenges women are facing. And I think it's something we are going to also work on as male, to also encourage the females in our lives to also pick up such opportunities. But you could realize when you mentioned 12,000 issue, there were a lot of, you see, sometimes we focus so much on the other side, trying to correct a wrong on the other side and leave the other side, which is already good, to also have a problem. So you are looking at encouraging women to pick up such opportunities. So you are doing a 12,000 to encourage the women. There's a gentleman who has also made an effort, but is being given 1,000. The other gentleman also there would also have it was also reduce their kind of interest in the field. So in as much as we are trying our best to we can do like 12,000, 10,000, it's fair. So in as much as we are doing our best to encourage women, yes. And for me in my office, I'm one advocate for women. My coordinator is here. I will push for a budget for women when they get pregnant, to be able to encourage them and help. Yes, to give we want more PIAC children. Let me put it that way. One more PIAC children. My coordinator is here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So actually I'll take the other question and then.
Sorry, this one, I'm not pouring water on the fire, but sometimes I get worried when we equate gender to feminism. And I seem to get that impression a lot. You see, when you are driving a vehicle, okay, on a road, and then the vehicle veers to one direction, in correcting it, you don't just turn the steer as quickly as you can. You still have the accident. The only thing is that initially you were going to have it on the right side. Now you bring it to the left side. So what Francis said is about the same, So you are correcting it, but it's better. I can understand that, yes, there has been, some time, there have been issues. But when you are correcting and you don't pay attention to it, you create a problem, and let's say in 100 years' time, we'll now be doing male studies, etc., etc. Okay. For instance, and I'll use this example you gave. There's a culture. There's a culture. We are not arguing about whether the culture is right or wrong, but there's a culture that has stayed for centuries. The men eat around a particular time. Okay. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong, but so you have a program. When you were confronted with this, I would have thought you rather plan your program around it, not to now go to the chief to now tell the men that, oh, this time, please, can you eat at another time? Because there's a reason why, that system has been maintained. It is not as if the men also don't have responsibilities to their wives at other times. Now, you come to me and say, I should change my time of eating because of this training. Okay? Now, can I now also bring another issue, then tell the women to also do this because of something else? You see, so you could simply have, and that's why I'm saying that we sometimes equate feminism with gender. We didn't have to be that. It's not confrontational per se, but I see it as, I should change because you are doing a training. Why don't you simply plan your training around what it is? And we see these things a lot. So sometimes, and that's why sometimes you get a lot of pushback from people. It's not as if we don't. I have a daughter. My first child is a daughter. She's doing her master's in planning. Okay, I have sisters. I have a mother. I don't. It's not like I dislike women, you see, but the point is that we should not always be confrontational in the way. It's like males are bad, so we should do this for the women. As soon as you do that, people will defend themselves. You get it? So we should find a way of not being very confrontational in a lot of the things that we do, but in being more of, interactive. Then we can work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Actually, you made a comment that was not actually what I said. We didn't ask them to change their time, okay? We planned it to a time that will suit them. So the mail just allowed them. It's not because they allowed them the next day to come, not at that too. So we changed our whole training session. So now instead of going to the field in the afternoon, we were going in the morning. So we changed it around that time. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Hamidia.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so I'm just thinking aloud. I'm just looking at you. You are a professional and all. So I'm just thinking about somebody in the mining sector who is not a professional, somebody who is not even educated, but happens to find herself in the mining sector. The question I want to ask is the person also enjoying the same benefits as you are enjoying? And do you have policies or should I repeat myself or should I continue?
Yeah, okay,
Okay, do you have policies or programs for such people to also bring them up to your level? If not even that, what are some of the things you do to help these women? And the second question is, we are talking about gender here, and like Doc said, we are not talking about feminism. There's an institution in Ghana here whereby the women have the right, let me see, the women do not put their husbands on their health policies. But the men, or let me say, the man has the woman on his or covered. Yeah. What's your take on this? Because I find it a bit weird when we talk about gender, and that's what Doc was saying. These are some of the things we are talking about, and that's why some people always fight or defend some of these things. So I think I want to know your take on this, and whether you also have policy, because I think such women are even more than the professionals in the mining sector. What are some of the policies for some of these women?
Okay, so I think let's start with the medical you described. I think it's not right. That company should not go on that agent. If you have, in most companies, if you are the male or the female, if you are entitled to 2 or 3, it should be across board. It should be a policy deficiency or issue that that company should handle. It should not be like that. If it's 2 for a woman, it should be 2 for a male, or it should be both ways. That is not right. And talking about the training, I think let's nail it down. When you come to the mining sector, the most places you find female are the menial jobs, like those who do the sweeping, the cleaning, and other things. They are not left out. We have involved all of them. And to surprise you, when you come to GMC, we have encouraged some of the ladies. We have encouraged one, and now some are going to schools like outside, sandwich courses and other things to enter mainstream. So they are not left out. We always encourage them. We go for meetings together. That's what I was saying. And Kase.
Please, Dia will do.
She is married official. Should such a person get married? Should such a person get pregnant without even getting a husband? How do you treat such people? Is she entitled to all the benefits?
Depending.
You're saying sure. As if.
Depending on the contract.
Okay.
I'm not saying she can't get pregnant, but I'm saying that about the benefits within the institution.
A certain agenda.
No, you see, okay. I think you should listen to me. What I'm saying is, I'm comparing two kinds of people. One is a professional, one is not. The person who is not even a professional even got pregnant without a husband.
Okay.
How do you even treat that person? Are there policies to cover such a person? Okay. Just like the person who is a professional?
So actually, with the policies, I'll say that when we look at the mining and mineral policy.
So some are
okay. You see, I wouldn't want to go more into this, but with such policies, we had a policy dialogue somewhere last month, and then I think recently in the Eastern region, trying to help with the Minerals Commission, and then also with some other agencies in drafting the amended minerals and mining policy. And these will be considered. But then, from what I think you're having a certain agenda, that one is a professional, married, and all of one isn't. I will say that we don't discriminate here. For women in mining Ghana, we don't do that. Recently, there is a lady in Perseus Mine, pardon me for mentioning the company's name, it's a mining lady. I went to give a talk like this, and then she just approached me that she graduated from SHS, but because of money, she joined the community workers. But she has kids outside. She's not even married. She has kids. But then she wants to go into mining. Then she just told me, oh, so what can you do to help me? I just said, okay, I'll talk to Dr. Georgette Barnes, who is our president. And then I spoke with Dr. Ndede. He was the GM at that time. And immediately, the girl was giving scholarship. Immediately. So there's nothing like, it's about, as I said, that the ladies, you shouldn't just be like you're a lady, so you are just sidelining yourself. You should just push also. Because if you don't voice out, I wouldn't know what your worries are. This lady approached me, and then immediately the GM sponsored, and now she's in UMAT. Hopefully she would be graduating this year, and now she will get promoted at work also. So the benefit, at times I would even say that these people are considered more than us. Because they will come to me, oh, your husband is there. The husband is there alone cancels a lot of opportunities for you. Someone will just say, oh, Abi, your husband is already a geologist, so you are covered. Let me take care of the other ones. I hear this a lot. At times some opportunities will come, maybe they are sponsoring, there are like 3 flights available, maybe outside Ghana. Okay, oh, let's look at the ASM people. They are, okay, you bring 50%. But the ASM group, they are not bringing any percentage. And that's because we want to push everybody on board. I joined women when I was a student in UMAT. And the first opportunity I got was from Dr. Georgette Barnes. I would always say this everywhere that I go, that she never said I was the youngest in WIM. No. She just allowed me. I had a project, we had a conference in Dubai, and she just said, yeah, this project, I'm supposed to go, but I can't go, so you go. So women, we should also allow people to come. I always say that when you get up there, don't just be up there looking at it. There shouldn't be a high table, there should be a long table. So not just the women, the males here as well, you can also bring us on board. Because I had the VC also helping the women, that's Professor Richard Amanka, also assisting. I think Dr. Tony Obin will also testify to that. I think the rest of the questions we just address it during the latter part, or maybe the coffee break. You can just see me and then we will talk about it.
Yeah, so with the pregnancy, I think it also has to do with national policy. If the women don't know that in Ghana, if the women don't know that, or their companies don't know that, if a woman is pregnant, they have 3 months maternity leave, and the company they are working with is giving them maybe a month or 2, then it's, if it comes up, then if it's up to us,
and even after maternity leave, you're supposed to work half day. Half day for a year. Most companies don't allow this to happen. I remember even recently, a primary school, a basic school teacher just approached me that, hey, dear, no me names are law you. You see, so we should also try and find, and if you don't know, the head teachers will keep letting you teach the whole day. After my maternity leave, you just tell me to have lectures at 6. I said, please move all my lectures from 8 to 12. Because after 12, I'm going home, and you can't do anything about it. So these are policies that we also have to find out that also help. But as Women in Mining, we are doing a lot of training, okay, and education on these to bring to the awareness of this.
Thank you. So no questions anymore. Okay. Hey, and then from discrimination.
To a woman.
Mine is not so much a question. I want to congratulate Dia for her presentation, because I think it's a remarkable presentation. She didn't just present like she's done a research, but she role modeled what a woman can do in mining. So, like a role model, she's putting the issues there. And I think she has done very well.
Thank you very much.
Because really, we all know that mining is not a place where you can find women. They are there, but they are limited. And we want to bring them up. And the way that we can bring them up is through education. Education. They are in the menial job. You can even do a menial job when you have education. and your approach and attitude and your output will be different. So it is good that you are giving them education and the scholarship be giving more and giving more to women.
Thank you.
And then the mentorship program also is a very, very good thing. And coming to the affirmative action is not forever. It's for a period to try to bridge the gap between male and female.
Yeah.
And so, even in the universities where it exists, they don't give so much room to the female. It's marginal. Like in the University of Ghana, it was the men who pushed for the affirmative action. It isn't the women. Male professors and so on realize that if you give just 1 mark more to a woman, it will make a difference. So if the cutoff point, for instance, is 13 for entry, give women a chance by allowing 14. And sometimes everything will go at 13, but there are a few more spaces left. So let's consider women with 14. So it's not a big difference. And I think if the men understand that women are disadvantaged, affirmative action will be supported by men. Because men have sisters, men have wives, men have children. So everybody will benefit from it. So what I'm saying is that when there's an opportunity to help a woman in mining, in education or whatever, let us try to give women a chance. Our society will be better off if women are given chance and opportunity. Even if they are doing menial job in mining and you give them education, they will do it better. And the corporation will benefit, the families will benefit, and we all benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, thank you, Women in Mining, Hamdia and Mrs. Ruthman, for this wonderful presentation. I think you all have summed it up very well for us. And we are running behind time. We sat for too long, so we want to take the coffee break now. And then we'll do the presentation by Dr. Tony Obin after the coffee break. The coffee break also allows us to discuss some of the so it will give us the chance to discuss some of the issues that came up that we didn't get the chance to. Please engage them. They are still with us the whole day. And let's discuss amongst ourselves also what we can do. One thing I would like to point out is some of the policies that they are pushing is for companies to put in place policies. Because when it starts from a company policy and is funded, that is when it can be done better. If you are leaving it to individuals, then it's just about someone being a good manager and helping you. But it should come from the HR perspective. All right. So we'll take the coffee break now, and then when we come back, there's a bit of a swap. When we come back, we'll go straight to the presentation by Mr. Kweku Boateng, who is the Director of Local Content, Petroleum Commission, and then we'll continue the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. And let me thank PTZ for also inviting me here to have a brief discussion with you about the local content regulations in upstream petroleum sector. Sorry. Okay. So I think I'm supposed to share with you the key provisions in the local content regulations, LI 2004, and some of the initiatives that the Commission has taken to implement the regulation. And discuss a few challenges that we have really faced or still facing, and a couple of them. Sorry. It's okay. All right. Yeah, so the presentation outline, I'll just briefly talk about our mandate as a upstream petroleum regulator, Petroleum Commission. Then you look at the local content policy, then provisions in the LR 2004, that's local content, petroleum local content and local participation regulations. Then you look at the few success you have chalked, and then implementation challenges, and I'll show you some pictures about what have been happening here, especially in Takoradi, with regards to the implementation of local content regulations. Petroleum Commission was established by Act of Parliament in 2011, Act 821, with a mandate to regulate and manage the utilization of petroleum resources for the benefit of the people of this country. And we also have the mandate to advise the sector minister on matters concerning the oil and gas industry at upstream level. So with respect to local content, the Commission's mandate is one, to ensure that all companies operating in the upstream sector comply with the local content regulations. And the Commission also ensure that the targets set up in the regulations are achieved. We also have to ensure that all companies operating in the sector utilize Ghanaian goods and services and human resources as far as they are available in the required quality, and they meet the technical standards of the field oil, best oil field practice. We also coordinate information among the relevant agencies. We work with so many agencies in undertaking our mandate. The primary of them is the Ministry of Energy, Ghana Immigration Service, we work with Energy Commission, GMPC, Attorney General Department, GRA, among others. And we also develop guidelines and directives for purpose of promoting local content in oil and gas industry. Now, why local content in the oil and gas industry? Ghana has, this is my phone. Ghana has had a missed opportunity of maximizing local content and in-country activity in three important sectors of our economy. mining, telecommunication, and even petroleum sectors. We have been mining oil and gas. Sorry, you have been mining. Oh, sorry. We have been mining solid minerals for well over a century, and the argument is that until past 2 decades or so, that you've seen significant improvement in Ghanaian participation in mining sector. And I think Tonobi is here. I remember doing this area, you saw a significant impetus in local content in the solid mineral sector when he was the CEO of Chamber of Mineral Commission. Recently, I was in the conference and I was very happy to learn, I think they were organized by Chamber of Mines, that in terms of personnel in mining sector, we have almost 100% of the people working in the mining sector being local. And it's a significant achievement we have seen. When it comes to telecom, for instance, now telecom sector is one of the important contributors to our GDP. I mean, our service sector have overtaken manufacturing industry and even agriculture as the #1 contributor to our GDP. And the driver of the service sector is the telecom sector. Again, this sector is also dominated by foreign entities in terms of ownership. Then, when you're doing the West African gas pipeline project, we plan to have similar local content in terms of manufacturing of the pipes, trading and coating of the pipes, and other services. Or maybe, it's off. It's off. Maybe this one. Okay. Yeah. Again, attempt to ensure that we manufacture the pipes, the line pipes, the casings, the valves over here. We are not able to achieve it. And then, when you're doing the $1 billion Ghana gas project, the Atuabo gas plant, we also mix our targets for local content and Ghanaian participation in that project. And this project was highly dominated by the Chinese in terms of the input and even personnel. It's quite until recently that Ghana Gas have done a very good job in replacing almost all the Chinese, the Ghanaians. Now, so when we made the commercial discovery of oil in 2007, a lot of consultation went on then. And those consultations culminated in a decision in 2008, when governments, in consultation with the key stakeholders, came out with a number of policy framework to ensure that our benefits from oil and gas should not be limited to only fiscal receipts by way of royalties, taxes, but also participation of Ghanaians in the upstream oil and gas sector. So among the things that came up from those consultations was the establishment of the Petroleum Commission as an independent regulator, the refocusing of GMPC to its commercial role, decision to come out with the PRMA, Petroleum Revenue Management Act, and a review of PNDC Law 84, which eventually led to the new Petroleum Act, Act 919. So, subsequent to that, the government in 2011 adopted or cabinet approved local content policy, and by 2013, the policy was also backed by law, where Parliament ratified local content regulations earlier 2004 in 2013, and the law became effective in February 2014. It was a 3-month transition period. So what are the highlights of this local content policy? First, the policy is to maximize the benefits for the oil and gas world through the use of local resources, goods and services, and creation of jobs and local financing, and in-country retention of those benefits. The policy also aims at development of local capabilities through education, skill, and expertise development, and transfer of technology and know-how to Ghanaians. And we also aim at achieving degree of influence or control over the development initiatives for benefit of Ghanaians. Among the targets of the policy is to achieve at least 90% of local content and local participation in all aspects of oil and gas value chain within a decade. This was a very ambitious target, and I think that, And also increase capabilities and international competitiveness of domestic businesses, and create oil and gas-related supportive industry by promoting linkages between oil and gas and other sectors of the economy. So the policy has, 5 main pillars. One is to maximize patronage of Ghanaian goods and services. That is enhancing the in-country spread, so that you can increase the level of activity in Ghana. You also want to increase employment of Ghanaians and Ghanaian professionals by ensuring that all the expatriate workers working in the industry have successes and they train Ghanaians to replace the foreign workers. The policy also aims at facilitating technology and skill transfer to Ghanaians through research and development. And the policy also aims at ensuring local participation, whereby Ghanaians will not only sit at the back and allow the foreigners to own all the businesses within the oil and gas sector, but the Ghanaians should also have to be part of the ownership of all the service activity and even acquisition of EMP rights, exploration and production rights, and lastly, to develop the capacities and international competitiveness of Ghanaian businesses. So I'll go through few the key highlights in the regulations. So the law defines what is the local content and local participation. Local content is defined, if you look at literature, there are so many definitions of local content. And also, depending on the jurisdiction that you operate, you have one definition for local content or another. In our law, there are 2 aspects, because the regulation is called local content and local participation regulations. So local content is defined as the quantum or percentage of locally produced materials, personnel, financing, goods and services rendered to the oil and gas industry, and which can be measured in monetary terms. So one key aspect is that local content covers every activity along the oil and gas value chain. And to determine the quantum of local content, you have to be measured. And the law actually specifies various units of measurement for various activities. And local participation is defined as the level of Ghanaian ownership in the oil and gas industry. What activities are owned by Ghanaians? Which are the companies that are owned by Ghanaians? So the policy aims at not ensuring only that you use Ghanaian goods and materials and personnel, but also Ghanaians should also own enterprises that operate in the oil and gas sector. The law requires that the contractors, subcontractors, licensees, and the corporation carrying out petroleum activities shall ensure that local content is component of the petroleum activities engaging by all of them. So here in the contractor, in the upstream sector, the contractor is the company that have signed petroleum agreement with the government of Ghana. So you are talking company that acquire exploration and production rights. So here you're talking about your Talo, ENI, Cosmos, AK Energy. They are the contractors. And subcontractors are the companies that have signed subcontract to undertake services on behalf of the contractor. And the licensee are the companies that obtain licenses to undertake certain activities, such as acquisition of seismic data, recognized data, or licenses to install a facility such as pipeline, LPSO, or other storage facilities. These are the licensee, and the corporation is the GMPC. So the law says that any company undertaking activity oil and gas sector shall ensure that local content is a component of the activities. And the law also talks about interests of citizens, that when it comes to the exploration rights, that a license to undertake petroleum exploration and production activity. All the foreign companies should ensure that they have a JV with a Ghanaian company and give the Ghanaian company a minimum of 5% equity participation. And those that will be undertaking the service activity, the provision of services like subcontractors, they should incorporate a joint venture with a Ghanaian company and give a Ghanaian company a minimum of 10% equity participation. Remember, all these equity participations are paid. They are not carried. The Ghanaians going in there have to pay for its equity participation. The law also requires that in awarding contracts, first consideration should be given to services provided within Ghana. That's whether it's being provided by a foreign company or Ghanaian company. Should be once we have a capacity to provide that service in Ghana, they should procure those services in Ghana. And also goods that are manufactured in Ghana, as far as they meet the required industry standards, they have to purchase those goods in Ghana. And in employment, first consideration should be given to Ghanaian professionals. And in cases where Ghanaians are not qualified for those positions, and they have to bring foreign workers, they have to submit a succession plan and a training program indicating a period where Ghanaians should be trained to replace the expatriates. And the law also requires them that a number of, as part of monitoring program, a number of plans should be submitted to the Petroleum Commission. And this among this. So every quarter and every year, depending on which of the plan you are talking about, they have to submit employment and training program and the budget as how they are training Ghanaians for various schools, succession plan, technology and transfer, R&D plan, legal services, financial services. And in contracting, all contracts, all competitive tenders with value exceeding $100,000, they have to seek Petroleum Commission approval or no objection in awarding those contracts. And all sole sourcing or single sourcing contracts, no matter the value, they have to seek Petroleum Commission approval before engage in sole sourcing or single sourcing. And the very simple reason is that for sole sourcing and single sourcing contract, apart from the local content consideration, there are also cost implications. So you need to review those sole sourcing and single sourcing contracts to ensure that there's a value for money. And in bidding process, they have to establish a tender or contracting strategy, should be such that they give preference to individual Ghanaian companies in bidding process. And the law requires the contract should not be awarded solely on the basis of lowest cost bidder. That you can't say that because after the evaluation, the companies are just expensive, so I won't do the contract with them. And we are saying that individual Ghanaian companies should not be disqualified exclusively on the basis that they are not lowest bidder. And preference is given to an individual Ghanaian company where the total value of the bids of the individual Ghanaian company does not exceed 10% of the lowest bidder. So if in the bidding process, a Ghanaian company is qualified as a foreign company, but however, if the Ghanaian company bid is within the 10%, it's up to 10% higher than a foreign company, the law says that the contract should be given to the Ghanaian company. And here I have to say that it's very controversial, and you have had a number of problems in enforcing this. And now the Petroleum Commission have issued directive that no companies should apply this provision unless they come to Commission and seek approval. And the very simple reason that maybe when you go to challenges, I will mention them why this is very a problem. But in many cases, application of this provision is suboptimal. It's not much in the interest of the country. And in contracting, during the pre-qualification stage, RFQ stage, and contract award stage, there are a number of documents, information that they have to submit to the Petroleum Commission before at the pre-qualification stage and the award stage. So these are some of the documents that they have to submit to the Petroleum Commission before they proceed. And guidelines, the law also mandates the Petroleum Commission to develop and implement guidelines for effective implementation of the regulations. So a number of guidelines have been developed. Few of them include what I've seen here, the trade planning guideline, R&D guideline, minimum standards, reservation of goods and services. I have the list of some of the guidelines that you are going to see over here. And monitoring, the Commission monitor the compliance to ensure that monitor performance with the companies to ensure that they comply with the regulations. So among some of the things that we do is that they submit quarterly and annual reports to us. So we review those reports. We also undertake inspections of their facilities to make sure that what they indicate to us in their reports are what is on the ground. And in many cases, we conduct investigations on fronting, bill rigging and catalyzation, and other operational issues. And there are a lot of infractions by many companies. Some of them are Ghanaians who also connive the foreign companies to other front to deceive the Commission that the company is an indigenous Ghanaian company, whereby in actual fact it's not the case. The law defines indigenous Ghanaian company. Actually, the law has three conditions for a company to meet if it should be classified as a Ghanaian company. One, Ghanaians should have a majority shareholding, the 51 plus holding. Secondly, 80% of all senior management positions should be occupied by Ghanaians. And thirdly, all other staff should be Ghanaian. You have instances whereby people will submit application to you and massage, especially the management staff, and even the equity holding. You can have a Ghanaian, a very small Ghanaian company, with maybe 3 or 4 or 5 employees, forming a joint venture with a big foreign multinational with market capitalization of well over $100 billion. Ghanaian will come to you and say that they are the majority shareholder in the company, and they go to the Registrar General Department, and then they bring the documentation to you. Once they have a registration from incorporation from Registrar General Department, there's little that you can do about it. Yeah. So some of the things, and my good friend here, George, our finance manager, always fights with the money that comes to the invoicing, because the permit fees are discriminated in favor of Ghanaian companies. So when they front and come to present the company as individual Ghanaian company, they also pay less fees to the Commission. So some of the things that we are doing now, we are working closely with the GRA and said, fine, if you said that you have 51% equity participation, then you expect to have equivalent amount of dividends paid to you when they make profit. So GRA will also monitor that you receive that dividend and you pay appropriate tax. Now, the challenge is that it's also not working. And later I will come back to you. The main problem is that most of joint venture companies engage in, sorry, I should take it out there. This one. Most of the JV companies, especially foreign companies, engage in transfer pricing activities, so that most of the foreign joint ventures here in Ghana are not making profit. So they will make profit to serve the Ghanaian companies. Like the GRA has come with this transfer pricing regulations, and it is to ensure that they comply, but they always find means to make sure that they hype up their costs over here. No, the problem is that, see, most of the JVs, the foreign companies provide a lot of services, equipment, machinery, whereby they lead to the JV. That's where they always overcharge their services and the equipment that they lease. And they are good in doing this for a long time. they always make sure that JV will not make profit. So now our best bet is that we work closely with GRA to ensure that they comply with the transfer pricing regulations. They come and tell you that all their staff, so that if you see some of the ticket, flight tickets, the cost that they will give to you, somebody coming from South Africa to here, and you look at it and it's crazy. They will tell everybody is flying business class, me and they are lying. A lot of them are flying economy class. So they play all sorts of games, some of them with the connivance of our own brothers. So a bit rigging and catalyzing is one major problem that we also know, because Ghanaian companies, some of them form multiple JVs. The Ghanaian company will be in a JV company X, Y, Z. And if you are in multiple JVs, then no two JVs of the same local partner can bid for the same contracts. Otherwise, it creates opportunity for people to exchange information when they are doing a competitive tender. So, bill rigging is another challenge in the oil and gas industry which you confront with. And the Regulation 37 and 41 also mandate Commission to establish a common, what you call, common qualification system. And this has been done, is being piloted. And the purpose of common qualification system is very simple. It's to just establish a single system for pre-qualifying companies for services. Now, the challenge that we have is that each IOC has its own pre-qualification system for a particular scope or contract. So if you're a Ghanaian company, you are bidding a contract, say, maybe fabrication of pipes. You go to Talo. Maybe Talo will look at it, look at your all certification, your facilities, personnel, and say that you are qualified. The same contractor will go to ENI, and ENI will disqualify him. We go to ECA will disqualify him. So what this intends to do is that once we establish a uniform, harmonized qualification system, and then the Commission qualify you for particular activity, no IOC can disqualify you on the technical grounds. But there will be some few things like compliance with their human rights, their anti-corruption thing. Those things can be there. But on technical grounds, if this is fully operational and you have been qualified, no IOC should disqualify you. And that would have been a problem in the past for them to get rid of many Ghanaian companies who can do the job. And we also have a mandate to make information to public on local content performance and take public education, as we are doing now. And the subcontractors and contractors also have to communicate the requirements for the LI and policies to all people, individuals, and companies they engage. And look, as I said, local content management, the law also outlines how various aspects of local content should be measured, like human resources, we measured by head count, and the engineering services by man hours. So various goods and services, if you look at the schedule, the LI, it specifies how they are going to be measured. And the human resource, for instance, measured by head count alone doesn't fulfill it doesn't convey the complete picture about local content. And that's when you look at the problems you are going to see, in the sense that due to salary discrepancy or huge salary discrepancy between Ghanaian and expats for people performing similar roles, if you just do the head count of number of Ghanaians and head count of number of expats, it may give you a misleading picture about the level of Ghanaian participation in the industry. Meanwhile, one expat salary can pay about 5 or 10 Ghanaians, depending on which company you are talking about. So, in revision of the head in the LI that we are working on, we will also modify using the headcount as a measure of the human resource participation in the sector. And the law also, the law has very general targets for various goods and services that at the start of the activity, the company is expected to procure about 10% of goods and services in Ghana, and after 5 years, 50% to procure in Ghana, and 10 years, 60% in Ghana. This is in general terms. But when you go to the schedule lists all the goods and services along the oil and gas value chain and have a different targets for them. And I have to say that these targets are crazy. They are very unreasonable. Even in mature, if you look at the regulations, the mature jurisdictions such as US, where the oil and gas industry have been there for more than 50 years. Some of the targets that we have in our regulations, even America cannot achieve those targets. So we are going to also make those targets very realistic in our regulation. And the law also specifies penalties and offenses for various breaches. For instance, those who fail to carry technology transfer program in accordance with the national plan, they have to pay some penalty as specified here in penalty units. It's supposed to have a national plan on technology transfer for oil and gas sector. Well, we all of us had thought. Up to now, we have been working with the NDP, National Development Planning Commission, NDPC, yes, and the Ministry of Environment and Environment and Technology, and CSR to come up with a national plan. Up to now, it's still the draft is there. You're not able to finalize it. And also, those who fail to submit their local content plans or inform the Commission of contracts, they also have to pay some penalties, all of them administrative penalties. And then the only criminal one is those who provide false documentation to the Commission, or those who front or deceive the Commission that their company is a local company. That's when the law provides for imprisonment up to 2 years. And in last year, there was actually started in 2021, there was a limited amendment to the regulations, and I think the Parliament eventually passed it last year. And now, if you look at the law, the only channel for foreign companies to participate in the upstream oil and gas sector is by forming joint ventures with Ghanaian companies, as said earlier. We found that over the years, it has become very difficult in certain situations, this joint venture arrangement. There are some contracts that are very short duration, maybe 3 months, some of them might be 1 month. In such contracts, if somebody is going to work over here for about 1 month or 3 months, and that activity may not happen even next 2 or 3 years, you ask them to go through all the legal process in forming a JV, and if you have lawyers here, they will tell you the amount of money the law firms will charge them in going through all the process, the requirements, Registrar General Department, GIPC, Petroleum Commission. They are quite huge. Some contracts are very small contracts, sometimes $40,000, $60,000. And they are contracts of emergency. And some we have what we call OEMs, original equipment manufacturers, who provide some parts or spare parts to the FPSO, to the rig. And this company might be sitting somewhere in Singapore, Aberdeen, or Houston. And there's some parts on the FPSO that is malfunctioning, and they have to replace it. They have to go and buy the parts. Then you're asking that company to come here and form a JV before they can supply the parts. In the past, implementing those, when you have those situations, implementation of the law has become very difficult, and you allow companies to supply the parts without even forming a JV. Otherwise, you halt the petroleum activities. So we try to legitimize those processes. So we submitted to Parliament for them to create 2 other avenues for foreign companies to participate in the sector. One is the what you call strategic alliance, where the foreign company and Ghanaian company can, under some restrictive conditions, will form a strategic alliance to execute a particular scope. And normally this scope usually we limit to only about a scope of with duration of not more than 3 months. So if there's a work to be done, say do this project, and the company activity level is small and the duration of the contract is also short, you can form a strategic alliance with a Ghanaian company. However, the 2 companies maintain their own independence. They don't form a JV. So they come together and then execute the job. After that, everybody goes his separate ways. And we also introduce what we call a channel partnership, where a Ghanaian company can represent the foreign company, maybe an IT company, a software company, OEM, original equipment manufacturer, whereby the Ghanaian company will. Okay. Right. So this is the amendment that was also made. So after the law was passed, the Commission undertook various implementation strategies to make sure that we realize the objective of the airline. For the sake of time, let me rush you through. So as I said, when the law was passed in 2013, there was a 3-month transition period. And during the 3-month transition period, the Commission engaged our stakeholders to address some of the concerns, especially the diplomatic communities, the U.S. Embassy, the European Union have a lot of concern. We engaged them, and some of the areas that we clarify were concerned to them were the formation of joint venture with Ghanaian companies, requirement to meet minimum local content requirements. There was also provision that they have to procure all insurance and reinsurance in Ghana. They were concerned about it, and reporting requirements, etc. And the post-transition period, to implement the provision of the airline, the Commission formed about 5 committees to ensure that we were able to implement the airline immediately after the airline became effective. So you have the strategic committee. For the sake of time, I can't go through the strategic committee, which developed strategies for implementation of the airline. And among the strategies that we have been developed in the past, we unbundle contracts. Typical oil and gas contracts typically is about average about $50, $100 million, $200 million. Only few Ghanaian companies who have the financial capital or the technical capacity to do that contract. So you look at the technical scope of the contract, and you build the contract to a smaller unit that is technically and commercially feasible, so the Ghanaians can also bid. You also shorten the duration of the contract, so that if you lose the contract, you don't have to wait for so many years before you get an opportunity to bid. We also reserve certain goods and services, and if you look at the amended airline, you have a tall list of goods and services that are limited to only Ghanaian companies to participate. We specify minimum local content levels in every activity. And we also emphasize on in-country investment. One of the weaknesses of the law is that it puts so much emphasis on ownership rather than in-country activity. The problem is that you can have, let me give you an example, quickly before you go. You can have a particular activity whereby a Ghanaian company will be bidding. But Ghanaian company is just a trading company. You win the contract, bring the item from overseas, from India or Brazil. As against a company that is owned by, say, an Indian or a British citizen. But they have a factory here in Ghana employing Ghanaians over here. But the law will give preference to the Ghanaian trading company, which will do virtually nothing over here, bring the items. So now we just put much emphasis on the in-country activity rather than ownership. And these are some of the activities. So, and you have the procurement committee. So each of the major companies, players operating in the sector, we have a team that review their contracts to make sure that they comply with the law. And you have the value chain committee that also undertake value chain analysis periodically to determine areas that Ghanaians have built capacity and that you can reserve those goods and services for Ghanaians. And these are some of the, so it's not some of the low-hanging fruit that we reserve for Ghanaian, especially for only Ghanaian companies. And now the cluster identification committee, mapping committee, basically that committee focused on establishing linkages between oil and gas sector, with the backward forward linkages and special linkages with the other sectors. And now the Human Resource Development Committee focused on building the capacity of Ghanaian professionals. And you have, as I say, you have developed a number of templates. The law have a extensive reporting requirements. And when you started demanding, requesting report for the companies, I remember one afternoon we were there. Talo Oil brought us, they brought a pickup, a report. And you have big boxes, more than 60 of reports. You look at it. I said, the whole commission, even we spend all our time on it, but nobody can review them. You know, they have a way of making things difficult for you. So since then, we developed a template. Most of them are in Excel templates. So all these reports have developed a standardized template, which everybody must comply with, so that it will facilitate the review of those reports. So all these are reports that you have developed template for. These are, some of the templates are like this. So you just fill in. You don't have to write and bring all those things that you don't need. Yeah. And these are some of the guidelines that you have developed for implementation of the regulations. You have the guidelines for formation of joint venture, guidelines on company registration, participation in tender, procurement, oil and gas insurance placement, which we mandate that all the placement of oil and gas insurance has to go through Ghanaian insurance company. And the Ghanaians will take what they can do, and the rest, Ghanaians will place it overseas. Unfortunately, due to balance sheet constraint, our insurance industry can be able to undertake up to around 5% of the risk. Yeah, they moved to around 8% now. They have come back to now should be less than 5%. And very risky. When Talo have problem with tariffs, and they have to pay a lot of claims. So what we did was that we got a balance sheet constraint. Madam, I will be finished very soon. We worked with the NIC, National Insurance Commission, and created GovID, Ghana Oil and Gas Insurance Pool, whereby all insurance companies put their balance sheet together and then they write the oil and gas risk as one unit. So what they do that, when the claims come, they share the risk, they allocate the risk to the companies based on their balance sheet strength. And when the claims come, you pay, the premium and the claims are also allocated based on your balance sheet strength. And when the tide issue comes, they have to pay in 1 year, they have to pay almost $12 million as claims. And look at their capacity. So since then, they have reduced their exposure. So our achievement, basically, through the implementation of, since 2014, a total of about 63 companies registered with the Petroleum Commission. Not all of them are active now. Total is about 770 or so. And these are the breakdown. In terms of contracting, from data available to us, this data includes some of the service companies. It is a total of about $16.7 billion invested so far in the industry. The individual Ghanaian companies have at 19%, the total content 3.3 billion. The JV companies have about 4.3 billion. The foreign companies have 52 billion. 8 billion, 8.4 billion contracts. And these are the localization statistics. Currently, localization, we have about 90% of the staff in the oil and gas industry being Ghanaians. So there are some few challenges, and I think I will try to clear them. One, despite the success achieved, still the Ghanaian companies have limited capacity to deliver the required services. And most of the contracts given to Ghanaian companies are executed using important items. For instance, those who do fabrication, because we don't have the steel mill here in Ghana, or the steel mill that can produce the steel or the standard required by the industry, we import all the steel from overseas. So that we don't achieve the ultimate aim of local content by using locally produced raw materials. And few Ghanaian companies can also deliver tanking projects on their own. they need support for other companies. And there was always information asymmetries in tendering process. The IOCs make sure that the foreign subcontractors always get information before local companies. You know, these guys sit here in Houston, Aberdeen, they have friends who can accommodate, who have worked with them throughout the year. So before, if activity is going to like Pecan project, I'm not sure AIEI will do that. That's going to happen this year. These guys might be discussing the contracting in Norway, Oslo, this time. So by this year, before the tenders are come here and have a review of it, their people are prepared. And prepare, they will know if you need a vessel, for instance, a PSV, private supply vessel. They will know the specs that they will require. They will give to them, and before it comes here, the foreign company have already gone for those vessels. Before the local company, we have any information or access to them. And as I said, the emphasis on on ownership rather than country spending is also a problem. And there's a lot of overlapping policy and regulations which you need to work with. Like Petroleum Commission tried to ensure localization of human resources. We, I think, 2013 or so? Not 2013. I forgot. Parliament extended the mandate of GIPC to cover oil and gas and mining. Now, GIPC, their primary focus is to promote investment in Ghana. So they give incentives to foreign companies. So depending on your capital that you are bringing in, they allocate certain stores for you to bring foreign workers. Now, Petroleum Commission's mandate is to ensure that every position that a Ghanaian is able to occupy, don't bring foreign companies. Don't bring foreign workers. So what the company do is that they go to GIPC and get a slot for some areas like maybe HR, accountant, that you have Ghanaians to occupy. And then they will, for core technical service that they are no Ghanaians, they put application for a GMPC. So we need to really coordinate this. The same thing about Ghana Immigration Service. Sometimes, though they have a good intention, but you know, they also have to reach IGF. The more work permits they issue, the higher they are the IGF. So if you restrict that foreign workers coming, they also affect the IGF. So the incentives are also, or motivation are different. So you need to really look at it. And here you also don't have a key infrastructure to prepare local content. And then I mentioned about this misapplication of 10% price advantage to IGC. We do what intention is not bringing the desired effect. The sense that we have seen some contracts in the past. One development contract. That the value of the contract was $420 million. And there's a JV between a Ghanaian company and a foreign company. There's a JV, they structured in such a way that the JV is a junior Ghanaian company. And their cost was up to about 10% higher. So the $420 million means that they were about $42 million higher. And because of this provision, they were able to qualify and they won the contract. And ask yourself, who is paying for the $42 million? It's cost of Ghana. And if you look at the nature of the contract, in terms of what the Ghanaian company will perform in that $420 million contract, it's not really up to $5 million. So as your nation have to pay $42 million, go to a foreign company, and the Ghanaians benefit a little. So since then, we have issued directive that no company should apply this 10% price advantage for Ghanaian companies, unless the Commission will review it and determine the benefits it brings to the country. And among things you look at the value of the contract, and they are saying that internally you have decided that under no circumstance that 10% benefit should exceed $5 million in cost term. We also have to look at the activity that the Ghanaian partner will be playing in the scope. Some of them are just there, playing doing virtually nothing, and they want to take advantage of this. And they have seen a lot of, I mentioned transfer pricing. Most of the JVs are just share companies. A lot of them, people sit there and get the, what do you call it? They form the company and they do virtually nothing, doing basically procurement services, meet and greet, and those stuff, and they get the fee. And also salary gap, since it's another challenge that we are having with the human resources. I mentioned earlier, the salary gap. There's an unacceptably high discrepancy between the expatriate wage salary and that of Ghanaians. We understand that in most every jurisdiction, the expats tend to receive more than the locals. It's a settled part. Eventually, to compensate them for the risk they are taking, inconvenience of leaving their family, different cost of living, different tax regime. But the challenge that we have is that the expats' salary differential compared to Ghana is so high. Now, what we are preparing a new localization policy, and what is the policy we are specifying? The policy is implemented. What's in there is that for every position that require equivalent qualification in terms of academic qualification and experience, anybody occupying that position, whether a Ghanaian or foreigner, should earn the same salary. Then we agree on expatriate premium to compensate the expats. So once we consider the expatriate premium, we have modality for determining it, so that we create a fair salary regime. And that's what the policy is there. Minister asked us to do further consultation. We have done it. Once we go back to Minister and they approve, we are going to enforce that provision. And another problem is that I said the targets are very. Oh, sorry. Now it's time for me to go. Let me just. The targets are very unreasonable, and also the discrimination is another challenge that we have. PNDC law 84, so law 64, that establishes GMPC. It gives certain privilege to GMPC. That anytime GMPC is bringing equipment, any item, material for oil and gas operations, they can clear them duty free. And by law, GMPC can extend those provisions to its partners. And once partners also get that privilege, they also extend to their tier 1 subcontractors. Now, so Halliburton, which have maybe subcontract with Talo, can bring all the equipment, everything that they need duty free. But when the Ghanaian company doesn't have a contract, subcontract with say Halliburton Stambaji, once it doesn't have a contract with the IOC, when they bring them, you have to pay duty. So if a Ghanaian is bringing a chemical, it will bring the chemical at high cost as compared to say Halliburton that is bringing it. So we have been engaging GRA all the time, and they still seem not to appreciate where we are coming from. And discriminate, it prevents Ghanaian company from going to many areas that you're supposed to go. And I mentioned GovID challenges. And the rest of them are just pictures. These are some of the things that have been manufactured here in Ghana, fabricated in Ghana, stools, jumpers. And concerning the fabrication, one challenge that we have is that the cost of fabrication here in Ghana is very expensive. When you're doing the IPSO, the last, the OCTP, and IPSO, you find out that the cost of manufacturing, fabrication, the suction parts and jumpers, and even sleepers, were about 3 times the cost of doing it in Singapore, and for about 4 times the cost of doing it in China. Because here, the factories are very small, I mean, the economic scale factor, and then the cost of doing business in Ghana is high, power, etc. So we have to push the companies before they can do a lot of these things here in Ghana. But luckily, a lot of things are happening, especially Takoradi power area, which manufacturing units, activities which were not in existence before the elections 2004. And these are some of the things that are currently being done in Takoradi power area. Manifolds. Recently, Talo, Amaja, a Ghanaian company in partnership with Awesome, manufactured P6 manifolds. I don't have the pictures here, but one of the biggest manifolds you can find in the oil and gas industry. And they were done here with Ghanaian engineers and Ghanaian technicians. And they, about 2 months ago, they moved it and store it on the offshore. But these are some of the things that in the past have been happening here in Ghana. We go to factories here in Apon area. So, in conclusion, what you are saying there, Commission will continue to spearhead the development of local content and local participation in Ghana by working with our stakeholders and to strive that Ghanaians benefit from the oil and gas resources. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Doc. All right. So, you beat me to it. So we'll keep the question. I only saw 3 hands up when I. Please, let's keep them brief so that we can move on to the other presentations.
Mr. Watson, thank you so much. What I like about Commission presentation is that we are learning from experience, and it looks like the experience is informing what we intend to do in terms of the policy change. One thing I will come in, as you know, is about this foreign JV fronting. I believe the beneficial ownership thing that we are trying to work with you would be something that we've seen the evidence at RGD. In the mining support, RGD is starting to notice that the companies formed in mining support services, the Chinese man will put his name as a director and put the Ghanaian name as a shareholder. And RGD is starting to know when it gets to BO, the Chinese man put his name as a BO. And the address and the Ghanaian person is the same and the company address is the same. It means the person lives in the house, whatever, everything in the house. So that one, when it happens, they are starting to refer to GIPC and say that, look, this person is a foreign, so your tax application should go to that person. So if we can have the BO within PC to support you, and then the due diligence, we also have a set of due diligence requirements. For instance, if you are 25 years old and you are forming joint venture with a 100 billion company, automatically we should ask you questions about your beneficial ownership status. We know that 25-year-old cannot. And also the Bank of Ghana has a lot of information when we engage them, the bankers. They have a lot of information involving the transfers in between the companies over there and this company, and even the background of the Ghanaian company, whether the capital they are stating they have is actually there. So maybe we can start a sampling to try and ask some few questions of these JVs and see whether we can get them or not. I think that's something that I wanted to talk about.
I think we have engaged you guys in the past with this beneficial ownership, and I think that we need to see the position better. And if you are ready, let's see better. It's one of the biggest.
Okay, so can I go now? Thank you very much. Mr. Boateng, I have come to you before, but I don't think you remember. But what I'm going to say is not personal either. But you see, Petroleum Commission is a public institution. It's a state regulatory institution. A lot of the challenges that you are facing, my question is, do you have to tell us these are the challenges, these are the issues? So that then we believe everything you have said and then we go to sleep. Because what you have to, I cannot go and write a paper. I'm an academic. I cannot go and write a paper and say I was at a conference and Mr. Boateng said these are the challenges. So these are the challenges in the oil and gas. See, my problem is that your annual reports are not public documents. And it is strange for a public institution not to have its annual reports as public documents. Yes, the argument has been made that, oh, there are some of the people who report to you, there are trade secrets, etc., and therefore you cannot. Yes, fine. So the commission, local content is very important to us. Can you now come out with a local content report for the year and make it public? So we can, so for the past 10 years, okay, if I want to track, if I ask you now, you have to tell, oh, local content participation is, let's say, at 10%, 5%. I have to take it at face value. The point is that if I can go to your website and have access to your 2012 annual report or whatever on local content, report on local content with the data, like I say, those spreadsheet data and all that, then we are all, I mean, so the qualifications that you guys at Petroleum Commission you have is the same qualifications that other people outside Petroleum Commission also has. And therefore, we can also pick the data if it's available and run our own analysis, not for Petroleum Commission to always be telling us this is what it is, this is what it is. It is, to say the least, sometimes it's very irritating, I'm telling you. And well, I don't want to be emotional, so I'll leave it here. Thank you.
On the other report, our annual reports, we do as the law requires. We submit our annual reports, financial reports, to the minister and to Parliament every year. I think next week or so, we have been meeting Parliament. So the law, this is what the law requires us to do, and we submit to Parliament. And I think that the Parliament can decide to make it public. But if the law requires to make it public to everybody, you will do that. But you do what the law requires to do.
All right, my question. All right, thank you so much, Director Boateng. So yesterday I asked a question, I directed it to Mr. Nero in hindsight that he was with the Ministry of Energy, but since you are here, the limited amendment that was made to the LI 2204, if you look at the part that talks about the indigenous company, the sub-regulation 6 of regulation 4, we talk about partnership, strategic partnership. You were going to speak about it, the details about it until you were prompted about the time. If you could go further from, particularly for software providers, right? How does this LI treat them? And then perhaps your answer will let me go ahead with my follow-up question or not. Okay, so there are softwares that are very essential in the industry, that let's say reservoir engineers who use, geologists who use, and all of that. And these software providers, I mean, the IOCs will buy them directly abroad because that is where they are operating. I mean, it is happening, right? What penalties are there, or how is the law being provided that local companies will be able to lead these companies and sell them here in Ghana? Because it is an upstream activity that is going on.
All right, so on the strategic alliance and the channel partnership, as I said, if you look at the law, the primary vehicle for participation of foreign entities in the upstream space is still through joint venture. However, we are created, that's why I use, under restrictive conditions, we have created other avenues for foreign companies to come in without forming a JV. One is a strategic alliance. The strategic alliance is very simple. Normally, a foreign company will come in, work with a Ghanaian company in an alliance arrangement. Each of the company maintains their own independence. It's more or less an unincorporated JV. So they get the work, they execute the work. Once the work is done, everybody, each company go in separate way. And among the conditions that's required, the contract duration should be about not more than 3 months. Then this contract should not be awarded by the same IOC within a period of 3 years. But you don't want the strategic alliance to replace the JV, to come in for JV. But the channel partnership here fits in what you said about the software. Basically, a company, a Ghanaian company, will act as a representative of the foreign company here in Ghana. Either they will resell it, their product over here, they repackage it over here, and take the service on behalf of the foreign company. So that's the channel. The primary partnership is a lasting arrangement. So it can be a channel partner for the Siemens. All Siemens compressors over here, you be the one that will bring them over here. So channel partner, you will get a contract directly from the IOC, and then you have an agreement with your channel partner overseas and bring the equipment. And you expect you to do that, all the after-sales support services here in Ghana. For the strategic alliance, the Ghanaian company will get this portion of the contract, will sign directly with the IOC. The foreign company will sign its share of the contract with the IOC. And the two of them coordinate to do the job. Concerning the software, I mean, we expect that if you look at the law, we expect that all the software companies to come as a channel partner, at least. You have a Ghanaian representative over here, where the Ghanaians own the contract and they bring the software over here. However, there are some challenges in some of the software companies. You know, we have to admit that Ghana is a small country. The volume of business, especially in oil and gas, most of these activities, is also small. Not all the software companies, when you ask them to get a channel partner here, will do that. We are, Talo, we are talking about this channel partner. We signed a new MOU with the ways of working. And that's an exemption has to be given to them. One is Microsoft. You use Microsoft software. And there's no way we can sit here and say that Microsoft, but they have their own representative over here. Yeah. Some of these companies also have a regional. Have people either in Nigeria or South Africa have a regional initiative. And because they might have a very small volume of business here in Ghana, if you ask them to have a channel partner here in Ghana, don't do it. You say, oh, I don't even the Ghana business. So we have exemptions. And if you look at the MOU, I don't have it here. MOU that you have in Talo, there are few areas that you have good exemptions. And under certain specific conditions, they can procure the software overseas. Rather the company even having a channel partner. But most of the oil and gas software have been, if you take Kingdom, Landmark, have been provided by your Slambege, Bekahis, or Vodafone. All of them have JB here in Ghana. The oil and gas. The general software, like business application softwares, that most of them don't have a channel partner or JV. But for oil and gas software, most of the companies have a JV here in Ghana.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Barton, I have a question. You are a regulator. Is that not correct?
Yes, you are a regulator.
All right. And then you have different categories of actors in the sector. Ghanaian equity structure, JV, etc. Why haven't you set minimum capital requirements for each of these categories?
For Ghanaians or for the activity?
For the company. For example, if you have a Ghanaian company which must have 51% local participation to be a Ghanaian recognized company, right? How much capital should they operate with?
It's difficult because it depends on the. It means that you have to set capital requirement for almost every activity that they want to engage in.
You must.
Certain activities require huge capital, others require very small capital. And the question is, companies operate not, they don't run mainly on their own contributions. Companies use debt to finance the operations. So if we set the capital, the company will come to you and say, I'm trying to finance my operations through debt. I'm going to, so the gearing, the leverage, is different. So if you do that, it's difficult. The only area whereby you try to specify the minimum requirement when you are doing that, when you are submitting their plan of development for developing new fields. That's one. We look at the financing plan and we expect certain, because of the fiscal regime, when it comes to the company undertaking EMP companies, there's a minimum level of debt that you are allowed to engage in. But for service companies, I think that should be quite difficult.
It shouldn't be. You see, because you don't, you have opened a window for them to fly the capital out of the country. Because if I do a JV and I own 10% and the foreign company owns 90%, and we start with a capital of 100,000 cedis, I only contribute 10,000. And the foreign company contributes 90,000. Our first contract is $100 million. Then the foreign company says, so then we don't have the money to raise capital, so let's go for a loan. When the loan comes, the interest goes back. If the foreign company was required, or that JV was required to set up maybe with $10 million starting because of the kind of operations they have, you realize that it will be difficult to find fronts. And the capital flight issue will minimize. You cannot set up a bank with 100,000 cedis and say that Bank of Ghana will give you license, you bring debt to come and finance your capital. No, you must file it at Registrar General's and pay before you get your banking license. The same with insurance companies. Petroleum is even higher. The kind of monies you are dealing there is higher than all these banks. And you are a regulator, and you leave the market open. They'll play all kinds of tricks with you.
Yeah, understand what you're saying, but my fear is that one, it will not create the front. But to address your issue, you know, when companies are evaluating tenders, you have your technical, the issue that you are raising is addressed at the tender evaluation stage. You have a technical criteria, we cover your HSC, your ability to do the work. You have the commercial price, which has to do with your commercial quotation. Right? And you have commercial and price. Commercial and price requirement deals with your revenues, your capital. You demonstrate that you have a financial resources to undertake the work. So if you fail in the commercial and price evaluation, you may not proceed with the tender. So if you go there, if ENI, issue a tender, they will look at the financial capacity of the company before they will decide whether they will give the contract to them or not. But you know, we are a regulator, and I think that everything that you also do, you have to comply with the law. And we have to accept that the law permits us to really describe the capital requirement for each company before it can participate. Well, maybe something that you can look at. You can look at. And what we are talking about, you know, I mentioned about common qualification system that we are trying to develop. Yeah. Basically, it's focusing mainly on technical side. You look at the financial side, as we said, whether the EC can prescribe the minimum capital requirement for a company for each particular activity. And I think the feedback we got from our lawyers was that legally they don't think that you can do that. Well, while the company gets license from the Registrar General Department, and the Registrar General tell them that this is your completion document that allow you to do. We cannot go back and tell them that because you don't have the adequate capital, we won't allow you to participate in the activity. It's something that maybe you need to seek further legal advice on. I appreciate your concern.
Okay, thank you very much. Please let's give a round of applause. One-on-one when we meet him at lunch. Yes, and then maybe during the panel discussion. Let's stand up and stretch a bit. We've been sitting for too long. Right after that, Dr. Tony Oben would make his presentation. Wait, Aki. Okay, so please let's stand. A short stretch break. Okay. No, stand and stretch a bit. I think Auntie Frida has some skills that you were doing some. Come and show us how. Come and show us how we do it together. All right. Okay. Please, you can sit down. Yes. Auntie Frida, you are. I thought you.
Oh, okay. Something that I learned. Please pick up your bottle. And we're going to, let's see it as our ball. So I have a ball. Then you respond, I have a ball. I have a ball. I have a ball. I put it here. I put it here. I push it there.
Okay, thank you. Please take your seats. Let's invite Dr. Tony Oben.
Well, I know that Mr. Kukubuatin took a lot of my time for good reasons. So I'll try and see how quickly I will do the presentation. Now, I want to acknowledge the presence of my professor, Professor Adefio Shandov. When I was a student, I think I was so tiny, she didn't even make me out. So yesterday I told him, if you look at the size of my body, you will say, Nyamia Yebipa. So Prof, I'm happy to see you as we meet occasionally. How do we manipulate this? Okay. So my task is to discuss this vexed subject of artisanal and small-scale mining. We look at how it relates to sustainable development, and of course, then we get into what we call the galamsey, the menace, and how to address it. So basically, I'll look at the agenda, we'll work through this, and propose a 7-point solution. And then we do some conclusions. Let me give you some data which makes artisanal mining or small-scale mining very important globally. Globally, there are about 40 million people working in the ASM side. And I'm talking about 2017 figures. So it's not recent. I suspect that the number would have gone up. And then about 150 million depends on that across 80 countries in the global south. And then also about 20% of global gold supply is produced by the small scale and artisanal, the artisanal and small scale mining, with about 50% of the workforce being women. So again, the gender parity here is probably better addressed in this sector. And then the large chunk of these operators are informal. And that is where the issue of galamsey comes in. Now, in terms of, I'm talking about mining in general. Mining is the only economic activity that the SDGs really looks up to for solution. It is quite strange that even though we speak a lot about mining, about 17 of the SDGs are actually either directly, moderately, directly, or very directly linked to the SDGs. So that indicates, and I'm sure we all know the SDGs, so I don't need to explain. So it just underscores the importance of mining generally to our global development. Now, if you look at Ghana, I don't need to belabor the point that we have traditionally mined gold, bauxite, manganese, and diamonds. There are other minerals, we call the development minerals, that we have also mined. Limestone, clay, kaolin, granite, salts, and all that. Sand, and all that. They are all minerals. So we have mined that over in the past, and of course recently we have discovered and developing lithium, which is a shot in our arm. I must also add quickly that recent, not too recent, about 10 years ago, I think the European Union supported the Minerals Commission to do some airborne geophysical survey, which also discovered a few other minerals that were not previously known to exist. And we haven't mapped them, but at least we know the occurrence of some minerals beyond what we know. In fact, that's part of which we got our lithium. Now, in terms of investment, the mining sector is one of the major attractors of foreign investors in this country. The figures are what I've given. And of course, in terms of revenue, export revenue, merchandise revenue is probably the biggest in this country. 2020 was about $7 billion. of revenue. Revenue doesn't mean profit, or it doesn't mean government is getting it. But at least it's from merchandise side. This is what came out of the industry. And I'm told, in fact, if you go to the Chamber of Mines website, they have, I think, live presentation of amount of revenue that came and then how much stayed in the country. And they are talking about 73%, part coming through the the Bank of Ghana and another part coming through the commercial bank. So it diffuses this argument that monies don't stay from the mining side. They argue that the monies actually come back to the country. Interestingly, big chunk of the revenue comes from gold. I always say that we are a monomineral economy because 97% of export revenue that comes through the mining sector is based on gold. So we make ourselves like, oh, we are mining diamonds, we are mining manganese, we are mining this. They contribute a paltry 3% of export revenue to the country. So if effectively, in terms of solid minerals, we are almost like a mono-mineral economy. And fortunately, we pride ourselves, we have the bragging right of being #1 in terms of African production. And of course, in terms of internal revenue, GRA revenue, we've been oscillating. The figures are not clear, depending upon where you stand, but it's been oscillating between 11 and 28% between 2010 and 2020. And employment is not very sexy. If you compare employment from the mining sector, it's not very romantic, sorry. If you compare that from the large scale sector and the small scale sector, the small scale sector is very beautiful. They employ over 1 million Ghanaians, and the figures are not concrete. Everybody has some figures they turn out, but between 1 million and 1.5 million is employed by the small scale mining sector. In terms of mineral rights that have been given, like prospecting license, blah blah blah, we are talking about 400, between 350 and 400 that is actually given to both Ghanaians and foreigners. It is important to note that a lot of the mineral rights are being held by Ghanaians. A lot of the prospecting licenses are being held not by foreigners, but by Ghanaians. And so, and sometimes they hold this speculatively and then sell. If you go to Newmont, the prospecting, where they are mining, belong to a Ghanaian. It used to be a Ghanaian who had it, or some Ghanaians who had it. If you go to Golden Star, the Wassa mine, it used to be a Ghanaian company that had it. If you go to Cherano, I'm told the person sold it for $250,000. See how we sell ourselves cheap. And then, of course, you also can buy one Land Cruiser and be a big man, and therefore you sell this, and then later on you come and complain. That's our problem. So we have that, and then currently about 18 large-scale mines in this country. 18. So you see how the EPA is able to control and manage the environment of 18 big mines, as against a sprawl, a myriad of small-scale mines that are very difficult to manage. But we'll get to that point. I think I've already indicated that we are the #1 gold-producing country in Africa. It's a bragging right, isn't it? You can go and say, hey, I'm coming from the #1 gold-producing country in Africa, so you should respect me. Nobody should ask what is in your pocket. That is your own private thing, but you can brag that you have that. And then, of course, you see, the thing that we need to also bear in mind quite significantly is the fact that Ghana's gold production is by both traditional, formal multinational companies and artisanal miners. So in this country, we have large-scale and small-scale miners. In fact, that is what our laws also say. And I get amazed why, when everybody is talking about small, medium, and how do you say it? Yes, no, not ASM, small, medium, SME. In mining, there's no SME. It's S and large. You know, so it's S, it's large and small. That's also an area that would be very important for us when we are looking for solutions. And then I've also indicated that 40% of our export, export earning of the country would come from that sector. Then it is estimated. It is estimated, and I'm sure Dia would be in a better position to tell us this, that we still have about 55 million ounces of gold sitting in the belly of Ghana. So we still could be potentially rich. You can go for loan. You know, multiply this by one. You will not be bad. Now let's come to the informal sector of gold mining, where we have definitional issues. I've indicated the issue of large-scale formal mines and then small-scale artisanal mines. The ASM is more the international name for people in that sector, but we call it small-scale mining. In most areas, it's the ASM with different names. You know, in Mongolia, which I went there on this type of things, they call it the ninjas. The ninjas. And then if you go to some other is Opaye or something like that. And then if you come to Ghana, we are Galamsey. In fact, our term Galamsey is just an improvement of an earlier term called Keshe. Those of you who have been involved in artisanal mining, small-scale mining for a long time, it used to be called Keshe, Naboso, Takpa, and all those places. And then we elevated it to gather them and sell. Now, to make something illegal or illegal depends on the law. Because you cannot be illegal when the law doesn't say so, or when you're not breaching the law. Now, our mining, as has been indicated already, is actually, provided for in the law, the constitution that makes our minerals in their natural state for all of us and held in trust by the government, and therefore, so that's a key legal background. And then the act that also regulated is the Act 2006, the small-scale mining law 2006, Act 703, which defines small-scale mining by attribute. It doesn't say small-scale mining means ABC. It says qualify for small-scale mining, you must be 18 years. And that you must have a maximum of 25 acres. I mean, like you get 25 acres per allocation. Can be less, but not above that per allocation. You have it for 5 years, which can be renewed. Now, you also need a license. So the fact that you have a land of 25 acres doesn't make you a miner. You need to have a legal permit, as a license issued by the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources through the Minerals Commission. And that is not the end. You need to have EPA permit. EPA should be able to say that land, you have said you're going to mine on it. You have said you're going to correct the impact after you have mined it. And then when these things are done, you need a permit from the Inspectorate Division of the Minerals Commission. That is for small-scale mining. In fact, it is similar to what is required even in the large-scale mining. So once you are not doing any of these, then you are operating outside the law and you are galamsey. So galamsey means you are operating outside the law. And there are many ways that one can be galamsey. Some people will get the permit all right. On a piece of the permits are in situ. They are based on a ground. You cannot, it's not like a driving license where you can drive Toyota Haze and you can drive Matisse or whatever. Your license is based on a piece of ground. So when you move from one piece of ground which you are licensed to another which you are not licensed, you cannot flank your paper and say, oh, I have a EPA permit, I have this, and you start mining. That is also galamsey. And it happens. I know sometimes when the security people would go and ask those who are working somewhere, oh, no, look at my papers. And then, oh, okay, so you're okay. Go on and do your work. Meanwhile, his papers are for this table and not that table. So they are also doing galamsey. So that's where the galamsey comes from. They say it is gather them and sell. They say it's an adulterated English that say gather them and sell. Now, I know the government is reviewing its policy, the mining policy that we did in 20, I think we was 2014 or 2015. After a very long time, that we didn't used to have mining policy as a country. We used to have laws and all this, but we didn't have a vision of it. I know it's been reviewed, but let me just indicate that, yes, government has a policy, has a view about what it wants small-scale mining to do. Small-scale mining is important. That it should be the minerals and mining policy of Ghana. They underscore the importance of small-scale mining in this country, and I think I support that. It must be reserved for Ghanaians. It must be used to improve upon, I mean, they should help the SSM to improve upon their operations and then ensure that they are done in a very safe and affordable way. So government has a broad vision of that. But let's see the footprint of small-scale mining in this country. I think between 2005 and 2019, some airborne surveys were done. Over 160 or 400 acres of land of vegetation was seen to have been lost in Ghana between 2005 and 2019. And out of that, about 28% was lost to both industrial and artisanal gold mining. So out of the 168 hectares, 28% was lost to both industrial and artisanal gold mining, while the 29 was lost to urban development. The way Accra is getting, is sprawling, the way we are building, we're also losing that type of ground. And then about 17% was converted to water, mainly due to formation of lagoon complex, and so on and so forth. So the yellow thing that you see indicates, I don't know if these are, they indicate the footprint of mining, not small scale alone. And then if you zoom in, you can see the number that has gone so much. The yellow ones, the broad yellow ones are all footprint of small scale mining, not the large scale. In fact, the small scale miners' contribution is about 80% of the impact. Just a second. So out of the number, about 80% is from 80-something percent, 87% or so is from small scale mining, and then the rest from large scale mining for the part that has been impacted. And then I think we've had this also. Wanted to show the impact. I think it's a video. I don't know if it can be prompted from there. Small video of what the pictures that we did a drone picture, set of pictures, but it's not working. Okay. video that I wanted to show about how the extent of small-scale mining on our lands, and then how in some areas they have affected our infrastructure. How the railway line from Kumasi to Dunkwao has been impacted by the activities of the small-scale mine. So, in fact, I won't take it because you can give me just 20. So basically, that's the. In fact, I'm unhappy not to have been able to show you the extent, but it's okay. We'll see me in chambers and I'll show you. Now, in terms of production, gold production, I've already indicated that close to 40% of our gold, in fact, progressively, is being produced by small-scale miners. In the 90s, small-scale miners were very insignificant. Please, this is very important. In the 90s, if you see the graph, the blue color is the large-scale mining producers, and then the white, I don't know if it's white, by those who, I'm sometimes colorblind, but the white is the contribution by the large-scale mining, small-scale mining. Do you know that in 2017 and 2018, there was a ban on the production of small-scale mining? You know that that was the time we got most of the highest production of small-scale. So do the mathematics and tell me which people were doing it. And you know, and then so it has become very important. But let me tell you a little bit of a story. A little bit of a story. I know people will challenge it. In 2004, so the government of Ghana sponsored some people to go to China with a very positive intent to learn how the Chinese did small-scale mining, how they use chamfai and all that. And then they came back. And when they came back, they had partners, they had investors, and they now realized that you can use excavators to mine, small-scale mining. Prior to that, we were using shovels and pickaxes and all those, very artisanally. So in a way, there's been productivity improvement, along with some devastating environmental impact. So it is not always that we can blame other people, maybe ourselves. We went to do technology transfer, and it has transferred us into environmental disaster. The drivers, what really drives illegal mining? I'll be very quick here. Once gold price is high, everybody wants to go in there, and it's not very difficult to start getting the gold. It's like you just go there, you mine, and you are getting the money. So I'm sure when I was working with the mines, we were supporting some small-scale miners with part of our piece of ground. I wrote a paper I called "Live and Let Live." We're living peacefully, and then later on, gold price was going up. So the mining company said, "Hey, Master, go. We now can mine it on our own." So when gold price is up, the behavior of miners change. That's also one. And then there's also the greed and get rich quick mentality. People don't have the patience to go through the process because they need to get it very, very quick. And then, of course, you have the connivance of thieves and landowners who provide quick support, allow them to do it. We are also talking about foreigners also coming in directly. Remember the American who came to Ghana to do galamsey and went to Discovery Channel and tell how cheap, how easy it is to come to Ghana and destroy the environment, make money to pay your mortgage in the US. He did that. It was on Discovery Channel. Those of you who watched it. And of course, we have a major political issue that sometimes is difficult to talk about. Political interference and corruption. It's a major one. It's a major challenge because sometimes the law enforcement people will arrest or will apprehend somebody and then they go, and these are very common. Then the law must be limited to those who are not kayahun or who are kayahun. So and it's real. It's not like it's not like, sometimes it's even not new. We think we limit it a bit, but it has gone up a lot, but it's an old issue. And then finally, maybe the complexity of licensing process. Small-scale miners will always tell you that it's time-consuming, it's very complex, and all that. So these are the drivers. So why we should actually address the issues. I have said that small-scale mining is very important, increase job, economy, and all that. But we need to address the challenges that we see because of environmental and safety issues, because of potential security implications. In fact, it is alleged that when you go to these Kofi Annan peace and security studies, some experts will tell you that the reason why we have not been attacked by terrorists is that we provide the financing of them to do it somewhere else. Quite a number of people do the galamsey here and use the proceeds to support guns and other purchases to do things outside here. So it's a security issue. When you go to a mine site, a small-scale mining site, and I have experienced it before, when you go, people have AK-47 and all that with them. So it's not an easy thing. So we need to look at that. And then the political concerns, the socio-cultural concerns, and the economic losses, you won't believe it. I'll show you one example. In fact, a company did a study, and I just took it from them. There's one case, just a single case study. They went to a mine site that employed between 500 and 1,000 miners, and they were running 3 shifts a day. Now, the activities was underground. The activities were underground, 24 levels underground, so deep underground. When those of us who come from Takwa, we know that the underground there is another city. It's a city underground. So when we have problems, we just go there and then relax over there. So at the depth of 500 meters, they work. And then, of course, they don't have serious safety gadgets. Like somebody said, how they found a hole to get in, it's only God that knows. There was no reliable ventilation and water management there. Now, they process more than 25 kilotons of ore per month. They make about 25 kilos per month. Now, if you look at the price, monthly production exceeded 25,000 fine ounces with a value of $40 million US from this miner. And then about 1 ounce per miner a month of gold produced. Okay, let's say that. The initial investment is 250,000 USD. The investment in that mine, 250,000. Now look at the loss to Ghana. Oh, sorry, I wanted to. So the government lost a tax of close to $24 million US a year from that particular home, from that particular operations. We also don't know the customers who are financing this thing. We don't know them. And then, there's the issue of corruption and greed and all that are also related to these activities. So it underscores the need for us to do something. Now, governments have in the past tried something. Let's not take it from them. In fact, as far back as the colonial era, there was ban on the use of mercury, which meant that you can't do galamsey because amalgamation would be very difficult. Or the type that you do, you have to pan. And then in the 80s, during the military review, there was more arrests, military arrests, they would go around and all that. And then, but government realized that people were still doing it much as it sent military people to go there. So they became wise. In 1989, they passed the mercury bill. The mercury law was passed, and then the small-scale mining law was passed. And then PMMC was also established. Government's good intention, I think it was the military government then, was that you can now safely do it, go for your permit, do it safely, and then go and sell it safely. There were problems. So in 2013, as we all saw, there was this interministerial task force under the President Mohammed's time. They had operation flushed out, but that was very short-lived because of so much agitation against the approach. And then, of course, the district mining committees were formed. This idea of, oh, now let's provide alternative livelihood program. I mean, it's a very dangerous thing that the alternative livelihood project thing, for me personally, and don't quote me anywhere. If you are not careful, it can be another way of taking money out. Because there's no Galamsey person who will stop Galamsey, or very few will stop Galamsey and go and do oil palm, who takes about 3-4 years to the gestation period is that. And what should he do? When I was working with GoFull, tried something at Awodia. We were going to pay them as they work in the farms. We're going to pay them. And they said, no. We said, look, bring the land. And we got the land. Come, we'll give you all the things. Don't do Galamsey. Every month we're going to pay 52 cedis. At that time, 52 cedis. I say every month, every day. We mark 52 cedis. 52 cedis. Whereas when I go, I'll get maybe 500 cedis or 1,000 cedis. They stop. So the alternative livelihood thing, I think they can target other people who are planning to go, but not those who are already in there. And then, of course, we have the Small Scale Mining Association was formed in 2013, all in a way of trying to bring this activity down. We also passed laws that introduce punishment to those who were caught. In fact, that law was also, in fact, it was deepened in 2018 or so. The punishment was deepened. We also bought drones to monitor. I personally had issues with the buying of drones to fly just to monitor. Because the problem we have is not monitoring. The problem we have is not knowing where the activities are taking place. It is enforcing the law. But we did buy that. We had a Galam stop, and we have community mining. Community miner can give lecture on the downsides of community mining. But be it as it may, the modus operandi is almost the same. So, but why? Question would be, why is it that all these government efforts are not yielding results? And I propose this, that they are governance failure. I mean, we are not using the market in trying to allocate these resources to small-scale miners. We don't even incorporate the externalities when we are allocating these resources. We also have, I mean, in terms of market challenges, we also have funding challenges. These small-scale miners have challenges getting money, so they will take it from anywhere and then do it quickly and pay the money. And of course, in terms of regulatory and legal failures, it is absurd that we lump all large-scale mining, all small-scale mining into one. You know, now, if somebody, and in the past, small-scale miners are supposed to be eking out, as an English they say, eking out, E-K-N, eking out a living. It means they are poor, they are trying to support themselves. How can a excavator for 4,000, payloader 4,000, and sometimes trommel for 4,000 a day? So that person should not be eking out a living. It is a wealth-creating thing. Small-scale mining now, we have a segment that really makes a lot of money. A lot of disguised washing of small-scale mining resources. If you go to Accra, some of the real estate things may have received, support from the sale of gold from small-scale mining. I mean, some are some top people who will never be arrested because you won't find them there. I say the people who are arrested and killed, they are not really the people because they are just the ones that can get paid. The real ones are in Accra and elsewhere. So we should look at that. And then, of course, I think complexity in the licensing thing. And then we also have, this point is very important to me, we also overemphasize, oh, this thing you are doing is affecting the environment alone. I think we need to let them know that it's affecting our very existence. you know, beyond the environment, it's affecting. Look at the water that was going to be shown, and the fact that very soon, I hear in the next 10 years, if nothing happens, we'll have to import water to drink and all. This, to our very existence, is being challenged. So it's an existential issue which we tend to underplay. And then, of course, still in the governance failure, we are always monitoring. The EPA people, they are not monitoring. The Minerals Commission people, they are not monitoring. If you monitor and you see that people are doing galamsey, what would you do? I have been involved in a situation where I have received a report that there are some people doing mining in an area that the commission hasn't given any license on. There are people, about 11 of them are people who look like Chinese. I can't say everybody who is short and is a Chinese. But and then we got a letter. Can you give us the names of the people who are doing it over there? The person is doing galamsey illegally. And then you are asking me to go and say, Ni hao, what's your name? I know, it doesn't happen. Ninja Shama Menzi, then and all these things, I can't do that. So it's an issue. We need to push enforcement, but the laws are there. And it was actually emphasized here that the rules, the laws and everything are here in Ghana. When you drive on the road, normally who construct the roads or who has rights to the road in terms of regulation? It's the Ghana Highway Authority, isn't it? But which people check the speed when you are driving? It's the police, because they are police enforcement. They are not, what is it? Law enforcement agents. You see, so if you expect the regulator to do the enforcement, it doesn't work. We are mixing the issue. And then, of course, I've spoken about too much human intervention. You go and do this, and then the person will say, hey, Charlie, this land is available, come quickly, but I'll take money. It is possible it is possible, I don't know, I haven't seen it before, that if I'm working at the Minerals Commission, I know where the areas are available, and then it's available now because somebody has not paid something. I can call you and say, hey, guy, it is come, but I'll take 50,000 before I work it. Oh, 50, I'll give 65,000. So these things are possible. Too much in this day and age, we are not honest. So if you put too much things in our hands, that's how we do it. So we need to move away from that. And then, of course, intense political involvement. That one I won't talk about it because you know it. You know it that with the production in 2017 and 2018. Final few, this is a final but one slide, and I think I'm doing very well. This is what my 7-point proposal is. First, I think we should recategorize mining. When the law was made, I think it's a PNDC law 152 or 153. When it was made, the type of galamsey that was there was the artisanal one. Pickups, shovels, so the impact very minimal. Now it is not so. You go and it's like an industrial, a mini industrial mining. So why are you still calling it small scale mining? And when you do anything, small boy will come and say, hey, this government is trying to disturb us. We small, we are poor, there's no job. It is true, there's no job. But the guy who is doing it has invested, I mentioned 250 something million there. It's not the small boy who invested that over there. So we need to recategorize it. I started saying this in 2014. If you Google, you will hear me always saying, let us recategorize. It doesn't even need you to pass a new law. The Inspectorate Division can invoke part of its powers to recategorize. So now once you recategorize, you will now have fewer mining companies. Now we have about over 1 million working in silos. You can have those big ones using big machines and all that in one group or in a group of maybe 20. It will be easier for EPA to go to them. And then, I have defined what is required for you to be recategorized as a medium-scale mine. Because we see medium-scale mine, not the artisanal that we saw in the past. So that is my first thing. And then 2, the use of technology. we need to take human intervention as much as possible from the management of our natural resources. If you actually you track the heavy-duty equipment, and they are the ones that destroy our land and go away. If you track them that, look, this machine must work over here because this is where you have the license. Anytime you move outside, your machine won't work, or something happens to it. We started something where we engaged a consultant who told us that they can have the technology that will do that, and then if, as a Ghanaian, they take it out, it will still be active for 3 months. So if you go and then if they sort of put the technology there and you take it off, it will still be valid for 3 months until the Minerals Commission or whoever is in charge comes back to you and say, why did you do that? So I think we need to do that, and it will take a lot of the human intervention from that. And then we need to reduce the time and the process for getting the license. We need to depoliticize the enforcement. To go beyond monitoring, and then enforce. If you are wrong, you are wrong. If you have gone to mine when you have a prospecting license, it is galamsey. Because the prospecting license doesn't give you the right to mine. It gives you the right to maybe do some trenches, do some drilling, and all that. So if you are mining, you're doing bulk mining, and you say, I have a prospecting license or I have a reconnaissance license, you are doing illegal mining. So then what again? Let's try and rehabilitate the existing impacted areas. That we must do. It is possible. Fortunately for us, our environment helps us. When you go to Asekropon and those areas, nothing has been done, but the plants have started growing. We probably can do it properly so that the land can be useful again. And then, of course, we should mainstream small-scale financing. We need to do that, and then continue to educate our people. In summary, this is what I have said. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. So we won't take questions for Doc directly now. No questions now. We'll go straight to the EPA since it's directly linked to mining and environmental issues. So Mrs. Justine will take us through the presentation for EPA. And then after that we have Good afternoon. Okay, so I think Sami and Dr. Obin made my presentation my work very easy. So I'm supposed to present on the supposed to present on the environmental impact of the extractive industry, ways we can improve. I'll just run through very quickly. I have a number of slides, a host of them. I was told that you were waiting for me, so I was told, so I came prepared. This on the lighter side of it, but I do have a lot of material which I hope that when it's shared can provide some information for you. And so the establishment of the agency and our mandates, some definitions, a quick background I think has been covered largely by Dr. Obin's presentation, the legal framework we operate under, our environmental assessment process, and then we go to the impacts of mining and some mitigation measures, actions to ensure sustainable development within the sector. And then we will end our presentation. So first, I think I need to put this on record. Official woman in mining. So there are 3 of us here, yes, today. So the EPA was established by an act of parliament. The EPA
Environmental Protection Agency Act of 1994 as the lead agency for environmental protection in Ghana. And we're established to oversee, coordinate, and regulate all issues regarding the environment in Ghana. So that's a very tall order. So unlike Petroleum Commission, Petroleum, Minerals Commission, Mining, EPA, we are everywhere. Agri, we are there, health, we are there, mining, we are there. So it's like all sectors of the economy. And so you can admit that the mandate is a huge one. And that's why you would hear our name everywhere. And the Act also prescribes a set of governance and management functions that we require to protect and manage the environment in Ghana. Our vision twofold. I want to go into it. And then our mission is to co-manage, protect, and enhance the country's environment in particular, as well as seeking common solutions to global environmental problems. So when it comes to environmental problems, some are localized, and then some are of global concerns. And so we need common solutions to those ones as well. We have a long list of functions. I will just mention a few. So most of us are most of you are probably familiar with the issue of environmental permits and pollution abatement, but we go beyond that. Some we, especially for mining, we will probably be issuing directives, warnings, or procedures, prescription of standards and guidelines. So our previous guidelines on air, water, noise have now been turned into Ghana standards. We conduct investigations into environmental issues and we advise the minister. And then we also play a coordination role with such relevant agencies, some of them national, also international agencies. We act in liaison with them in order to be able to perform our mandates. So, environment, our definition of environment, we understand as the whole set of natural or biophysical and man-made or socio-cultural systems in which man and other organisms live, work, and interact. And so, when you come to EPA, we would not go by what the World Bank and other development agencies will be saying, ESIA. We say EIA. Environmental impact assessment, and it's because it's included in our definition of the environment. And environmental assessment is the process it's an orderly process, systematic, identify, predict, and evaluate the likely environmental, socio-economic, and cultural and health impacts of an undertaking. And so any such undertaking, is supposed to contain all these elements. And then you also look at the mitigation and the management of those identified effects. And mining, we all know, is the exploitation of any economical viable mineral from the earth. So I think I don't need to do this. The only thing probably I'll add to what Dr. Obin was saying, as at June 2021, we had in excess or close to 1,300 small-scale mining licenses. And it tells you how huge that is. And those were valid ones. So they are those which are probably not valid because probably they have expired. The validation period has elapsed. But then some of them might still be working. So this is my concentration today. I'm departing from my favorite. So at EPA in the mining department where I work, I handle 2 of the 4 sectors. I handle small-scale mining and then exploration. So this is my favorite topic. But today there's a clear departure from that. So this is like ASM in pictures. And like Dr. Obin said, it's a range of activities. It's from the artisanal to the semi-mechanized to the fully mechanized. So there are small-scale mines that you go to, and then you won't probably recognize. So all these are on a small-scale mine concession. Some of them, you look at them and you'll be wondering, this is leaching with cyanide. The Burkinabe technology, as they call it, an illegal one, dredging. You have some women here. You see a woman with her child nested in the side of the rock, and so and they also do surface. They do underground. So it's just like a replication of the last skill on a smaller scale. They do both surface and underground. And I think Dr. Obin shared the depth to which they can go. So just in brief, these are some of the regulations that, the legislations that we work with. There are acts, a parent act, and its associated regulation. That is the main one we work with, Environmental Assessment Regulations of 1999, LI 1652. We have the hazardous and electronic waste, and then its regulations. We have the fees and charges. So all the fees and charges are now by the Act 1080. And then the newest baby on the block is this, the Mining and Forest Reserves Regulations of 2022, LI 2462. We have the Mercury Act, very relevant in the small-scale subsector. We have the Mining Act and its associated regulations. We have relevant legislations from the Water Resources Commission, Forestry Commissions, Museums and Monuments Board, a whole host of them that we work with. And then these are the standards I spoke about. Used to be EPA guidelines for the effluent discharge, for air quality, for noise. Now they have been turned into standards. So they prescribe the limits within which discharges or within which certain parameters have to emit. So our LI 1652, it provides the legal backing for the environmental impact assessment procedure in Ghana. And it generally deals with the various procedures that you follow prior to the grant of an environmental permit during the entire project life cycle. So we want to take it from planning to the decommissioning phase. And then it talks about filing of complaints, offenses, penalties, everything. It has 3 distinct parts with a total of 30 regulations and 5 schedules. So part 1 talks about the process of obtaining an environmental permit. Part 2 talks about the environmental assessment reports and the prescribed actions that we need to take as an agency. So for instance, if in assessing your undertaking, we deem it as Schedule 1, then you do not need to go through the entire EIA process. If we deem it as Schedule 2 are EIA mandatory, then you need to go through the process. Part 3 talks about the miscellaneous provisions, suspension, cancellation or revocation of permits, complaints and offenses and penalties, etc. So I spoke about this earlier. Schedule 1 lists undertakings requiring registration and environmental permits. So these ones, this is where the small-scale miners would fall. And it does not require the typical EIA or the more detailed EIA. So there's no small-scale miner who does an EIA. It has its merits, it has its demerits. Probably we are suffering because of the demerits, but then the requirements also of an EIA, probably when you look at small scale, from the stance of the law, as Dr. Obin said, at that time it was mainly an artisanal activity. And then the financial requirements alone of undertaking an EIA were beyond the scope of any small-scale miner. So Schedule 2 activities are those for which EIA is mandatory. So it's like a large-scale mine. Schedule 3 talks about the scoping notice. That is the notice you put out. It's the first step in the large-scale mines in the EIA process, is the scoping. You need to undertake a scoping to determine the extent of your project. And then based on that, you come with the terms of reference on which you now conduct your environmental impact assessment, and then you present the environmental impact statement to us. The Schedule 4 is the EIA notice. You need to serve a notice in the daily. So all of these, you put in notices in the local newspapers, and then the public is supposed to have an opportunity to respond within a 21-day period, tell us what they have, whether they have any concerns about it, and then we'll take them on board. And Schedule 5 is a very interesting one. It's our environmentally sensitive areas. It provides a list of 12 of them. I did not have the time to go through them today, but one of my managers, my directors would always say, when you consider the environmentally sensitive area, Schedule 5, then all of Ghana is environmentally sensitive. But it's very interesting if you look at it. So, in summary, this is Schedule 1 projects, where they would fall. We would do a screening in line with Regulation 7. You go to the site, so small scale, you receive an application. Application is based on submission of a form. You fill a form, you add your site plan, because we are assuming you have your mining license by then. You add a brief write-up on how you are planning to undertake the activity. You include it, you bring it. We go to the site. We go, we say yes, no. We issue, we decline. Here, you can only have this coming for a small-scale mine, especially when we find out that they are contiguous. So you have a number of small-scale concessions being contiguous, and then so you have probably 100 acres, so maybe about 5 to 7 of them back to back. And then we would say, in our estimation, we see the impact going beyond small scale. So submit a small report. So you undertake a preliminary environmental assessment and submit a report, and then we review, and then we can give you a permit or not. This is Schedule 2 project, large scale. So large scale, typically we are not enjoying to go to the field. Once you receive a form by filling Form EA2, straight, the law has screened it into straight away into an EIA mandatory one. So you start with the scoping, and then you do the study as I indicated. You submit your EIS. We review it, and note there are 2 avenues for public hearings. One at the scoping stage, and the other at the EIS review stage. So the public hearing is precipitated by three conditions. First one being that when we issue you with the public notice for a scoping report, and then we as an agency, based on the response that we get, that there's a lot of adverse reaction to the project, we receive that feedback, it can precipitate a public hearing. The second condition being that it involves dislocation, relocation, or resettlement of communities. That necessarily is a public hearing. And the third one, if we, as an agency, by our own estimation, think that that particular undertaking has far-reaching impact on the environment, that can also precipitate a public hearing. For most of the projects which are not greenfield, we would typically not do this at this stage because the community is already familiar. So probably they are doing an expansion and they want to build a TSF. We can go ahead with this public hearing, but not at this stage. But if you have like a project in the community which is not accustomed to mining, it's the first time, then you could precipitate one at the scoping stage and then go on to precipitate another one at this stage. So as many times as it will take to address our issues, you will keep going back until all the issues have been satisfactorily resolved. And another thing I would like to mention here is that we have a 90-day period. We are enjoined by, I think, about Regulation 20, a 90-day period for most applications which submit EISs to give a determination. But whenever there is a public hearing, then those ones are excluded. So what it means is typically for any large-scale mining activity, they are excluded from that 90-day window. What it means is that your application with us can stay for 2-3 years, and you are forced to address every issue. And so we are not bound by that time. And that's why sometimes the companies will say, EPA is delaying. So far as the issues linger, we will keep going at it, hopefully, until we are certain that we have done some justice to it. I'm technologically challenged. Okay, so this probably I should take a cue from Dr. Obin and refuse to look at them. But I wanted to show this slide before we go into the impacts. So this is the geological map of Ghana from the GGSA. And you would see a tall list of minerals listed. When you look at it critically, you realize that this is a Ghana administrative regions. The entire country is one large open mine. True or false? Yeah. So you realize that the impacts are much more difficult in terms of managing. The work of the EPA, like Dr. Obin said, rightly said, is very difficult because unlike in certain jurisdictions where maybe it's concentrated in a particular region, for us, in every region, there's some sort of mineralization. If it's not precious minerals, then it is development minerals. And so we are faced with that challenge. And then I'm a geologist, and we will also tell you that most of these areas, also these gold mining belts, the gold belts, they are also largely coincident with our prime agric lands, with our forest reserves, with our rivers. And so you realize that it presents a much more complex system for us in managing all these ones. So just a summary. I was hoping that Dr. Obin would play his video so that these ones are reduced. So impacts are mainly on water resulting from clearance of vegetation, accidental discharges, stream diversions and dredging, improper management of hazardous chemicals, drawdown effects as a result of underground dewatering, acid mine drainage. So the impacts on land have to do with the loss of food crops, cash crops, farmlands, deforestation, creation of mined out or abandoned pits, distorted or distortions or disruptions in the ecosystem. So there's a certain natural interrelationship which exists. But when mining comes in, sometimes these are affected. You have loss of biodiversity, pollution, and subsidence. So when Dr. Obin was talking about Takwa, I think there are some people who say that there's a day coming. We are not hoping that will come, but then the potential exists. You have ground subsidence because of the large voids which remain underground. So I think these pictures have been shown by Sami and Dr. Obin. We have air pollution, dust generation, vegetation clearance from vehicles and equipment emissions, from excavations, blasting, from comminution, from roasting and smelting. And this is a very critical one for us. Especially it's very prevalent, and it used to be in large scale, but not anymore, roasting and that sort of thing. But for in small scale, it is one of the major challenges we are dealing with. So you have a mercury vapor being released during when they burn the amalgam gold amalgam to release the mercury vapor and then to form the sponge gold. And we as a nation, we have signed on to the Minamata Convention, for which reason we have every right, or we are enjoined, we have an obligation to reduce and then ultimately phase out the use of mercury in mining. Other impacts, noise, odor, blast-induced vibrations, aesthetic. So over the weekend, I was in the Birim, I was working on some small-scale interventions, and then we saw one of the, it's a huge mountain of waste rock sometimes you see these things, and then we don't place much of a premium on this, but it's actually one of the most critical impacts. And then occupational health and safety. I should say for us, this is more of a Minerals Commission. For us as an agency, it's more of public health and safety issues, and then climate change, obviously. Social impacts, land use, I'll touch on the land use conflicts. I think Sami mentioned them, surface rights versus mineral rights. Sometimes you also have large scale versus small scale, where you have incursions of small scale onto the concessions belonging to large scale. Resettlement issues, compensation issues. So these are huge. You have child delinquency, human rights, and then we said also galamsey. So galamsey is also one of the impacts. Yes. So the health impacts, you have them from upper respiratory tract diseases to gastrointestinal infections, skin infections, acute cyanide, mercury poisoning, exposure to noise-related instruments. So the mitigation measures, we are looking at those actions which prevent, so we would rather prevent them, minimize them if we can't, avoid or offset the potential adverse environmental consequences of development activities. Our next slide. So for water resources management, we are looking at some of these. So maybe I'll just touch on this. So if you need to discharge, it needs to meet with our effluent quality prior to discharge into the external environment. And we also have treatment. So most of these will have a treatment plant. This on one of the mine sites is a reverse osmosis plant. So they treat it to meet a certain standard before discharge. And then this is a sediment control structure. And then also this provision of an alternate source of water. Next slide. So that we also, this is one of the key things which we insist on, the use of geomembranes as a liner. So this is a TSF under construction, it's fully lined. And this is a tailings pipeline corridor. It's fully lined. So you need to do this. For the old ones, they did it. But then for the new ones which are coming on stream, you need to line these fully because these contain your tailings and these transport your tailings. So you need to line them fully, yes. For air quality, you have the Bowsers and then servicing, reducing clearance, yes. For management of blast-induced vibrations, you need to blast at a time that is not cloudy. So you look at the weather, you use the appropriate delay blast technique. And then you also determine your blast schedule in consultation with your catchment communities. I have some others for, and I think Dr. Obi has spoken about this. Yes, for most of them, they are not interested in this because it's a high-value mineral, and there are very few alternatives which provide them with equal financing for their, So, and then this actually is one of the things we stressed, concurrent reclamation or progressive reclamation as you might. Okay. So this is a tailings storage facility. Sometimes they span several hundreds of hectares. In this particular case, it was put to a palm plantation post closure. It was put to a productive use, And then resettlement, we spoke about it. Yes, so these are. And then some of the actions we undertake as an agency towards is environmental compliance. So this is our day-to-day, ensuring that the companies have ticked all the boxes as is contained in the reports, whether the EIS or the environmental management plan. And we are looking at going forward. This is what we are using: use of technology, use of satellite imagery, especially even for small-scale mines. So before they even go to the site, they would have looked online and then have a rough picture of what is happening. And the agency is also piloting a real-time monitoring. I think it has been piloted on some manufacturing, some quarries, and some large-scale. So we are intending to roll this out and then to have real-time monitoring at critical points, monitoring points on a mine, and then we can have real-time access to what is happening. Complaints, investigations, we have the Reclamation Bond Administration and the ACOBEN. So the Reclamation Bond draws its legal backing from Regulation 23 of LI 1652, and then it comprises a cash component. So this is funds you put aside as a bond, so that if you fail to reclaim upon, or you abandon halfway, we have money on hand. We do not want to wait to that point, but we insist they do concurrent reclamation, but they still put this as surety. So it usually comprises a cash component and then a bank guarantee or insurance premium. And then we have this, we are almost at we are test piloting on a few areas, calculating the actual sums to post in the small-scale mining subsector. We are planning to roll it out later. But we face a huge challenge with this. Sorry, this is obligo. I think this poses a huge challenge for us, in the sense that currently we have about 700 million in bonds. 700 million in bonds. And $1 million in bonds. So they are posted with a range of banks, and because of this particular requirement of the Bank of Ghana, most of the banks do not have the capacity to host these bonds. And so we are having challenges, especially with the upcoming projects. I have North is yet to come. We have Cardinal, which has started. We have Azuma, you have Phoenix, they are coming on board. And then this is one of the huge challenges. And so most of the banks want to resort to going back to posting them outside, which was how it used to be originally. But the agency fought to bring them to local banks. So, because if you send them outside and you fail to reclaim, will we even get a visa to go outside and prosecute? Or based on what law are we going to go prosecute outside? So it's a huge challenge, and probably we might look at insurance premiums and other. So it's something that it's one of the huge challenges we are faced with in this particular bond administration. This is what guides rehabilitation. At the end of the rehabilitation, the area should be non-polluting, it should be safe, it should be stable, it should be self-sustaining. You want to return it to a utility which is compatible with what it used to be pre-mining, or to an agreed post. Sometimes you can't take it back. That is what we have to accept, that sometimes you can't take it back. So you have to agree that, okay, we would return it to this state post-mining, and then that is what you seek to do. And that's the ACOBEN. So one of the major accomplishments of the agency, but now it's even embarrassing to talk about the ACOBEN. So it takes its roots from the Ghana's EDICRA symbols. This is the ACOBEN, and it means war readiness. It's a call to war. So it talks about being vigilant, being alert, and that's why we chose this particular symbol. And it's like an environmental beauty contest. So if you fail, you get a red. The excellent is gold. This blue you would have met with our minimum environmental requirements. Next slide. So this tells the story of the ACOBEN from 1999 to when it was eventually launched and disclosed in 2010. Somewhere along 2015, 2016, we seized this for some challenges we faced. And I think last year we undertook the audit. We disclosed some to the companies, but we didn't disclose publicly. So there are two levels of disclosure, one internal and one to the public. And what it does is it uses the reports they submit monthly, the environmental quality reports, and then we run it into the computer model. I do not know how it's done. And then we would do an audit, and then based on visual evidence, it goes to support what was fed into it, and then it gives you the rating. So these are the ratings and the interpretations. So gold, and this is where it tells you that it goes beyond the environmental standards. So if you comply with them minimally, you are going to get a blue at best. But when you move to a green and gold, that's where you have been responsive to your public complaints, and then you have followed through on your CSR policies. So these are some of the achievements from open burning to this, from this to this. I have a whole host, but I just chose this. So in conclusion, I like to say that environmental protection is a shared responsibility. So it's, even though I'm paid for it, it is everyone's responsibility. Because like Dr. Obin said, it has to do with our own existence as people. And it's very important in modern mining activities. So as I spoke, across the entire life cycle, the impacts of mining, they are widespread, but the positive ones. But when you consider the degradation, they have potential of eroding the benefits. You don't see the good anymore. You now focus on the negative. And mining is complex, it's interdisciplinary, and so it requires integrated approach, cross-sector efforts and coordinations in dealing with them. But we do believe that when we apply and enforce, so we do have some of the best laws everywhere. We have some of the best laws everywhere. But the problem is in the enforcement of national regulations, and then the companies will tell you, we don't hold you just to national regulations, we hold you to international best practice. And that we are sure that will ensure sustainable development. Thank you.
So, Dr. Obin and Ms. Justine's presentations, we will take the questions during the panel discussion after lunch. So I've been informed that lunch is ready, so I want us to go for lunch. We'll play the video as well that Doctor wanted to show, and then we'll take the environmental issues, the ASM and the environmental issues, and then they can take any questions that you have. That will be after lunch. We'll also need to take a group photograph together with all our facilitators before some of them leave us. So as we are stepping out for lunch, we'll just line up at the front of the hotel, take the group photograph together, and then we'll go in for lunch. and then come back for the panel. We want to eat first. Yeah, I think it's easier to mobilize. Yeah, let's take the picture now, and then we'll go in for lunch. So our next presenter is a colleague. He's from GHEITI, one program called Develop. He would there are many programs within GHEITI. So the program that is organizing this event is the GovID, Governance for Inclusive Development. And Donald, our next speaker, is from another project, and he's come to tell us more about his project because it's linked to local content and local participation. So, Donald, please come forward and take us to the presentation. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Christina. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, so at least I know you are with me. Okay, so I'm Donald, and I'm with the Develop PPP project. It is a bit different from the other GIZ projects. For the other GIZ projects, every project has either Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Education as their political partner. But for Develop, we don't have any political partner. And it is basically demand-driven by private companies. So we have these projects known as local procurement in mining. I'll dive in straight into the slides so we can understand what the project is really about. Okay. So the project is a public-private partnership with Golden Star. It used to be owned by some Canadians, but it's now owned by some Chinese, known as the Shefren Geelong Group. So they own the Golden Star company now. And then we have a partner known as MSV, Mining Shared Value. Mining Shared Value is an initiative by Engineers Without Borders from Canada. So the duration of the project for now is until June 2025. And the intention is to basically increase local procurement in the mining industry. I have to do it now, right? So these are our targets. Our first target is to ensure job creation in the country. And then also to see to it that there is significant procurement spending. And our focus is on local manufacturing. Local manufacturing because just last month or so, some of us were at Accra Conference Center for the Mining and Energy Summit. And then when mining companies come to do a presentation and then they talk about their local procurement spend, they basically refer to monies that have been paid to Ghanaians or local businesses. But for the purpose of this project, our focus is on local manufacturing. This is because someone can just import these bottles from China, supply to the mining companies, and then we capture it as local procurement. But in the end, it is only the person's net profit that stays in country. There is no value addition, there is no job creation, there is nothing added to it. So our focus is basically on local manufacturing. And then we also intend to link new suppliers to the mining companies and provide some training, capacity building for entrepreneurs or manufacturers so that they can be at a level where they produce products that will be very competitive to the imported ones. So in terms of the key stakeholders working around the project, we have a demand and then a supply side. So for the demand side, we are looking at mining companies that will request or place order for some of the products. And then also we also have the Chamber of Mines in there, where we kind of relying on their supply managers meeting that they organize every quarter to see to it that all the mining companies will buy the idea to procure locally. So we see them as the demand side. And then for the supply side, GIZ is there, government institutions, NGOs, and then CSOs. And we see MSV as playing the role of both the supply side and then the demand side. This is because MSV is a Canadian initiative, and they work across almost all the countries in Africa, Europe, wherever, all countries that mining is taking place over there. So we see them as both demand and supply, in the sense that if there's any local manufacturing producing any of the product locally and it's of good quality, we can rely on their relationship with other mining companies, and then the local manufacturer could also extend its products or supplies to the country over there. So in doing that, we did a baseline assessment so that it will help us understand the current status of local manufacturing, local procurement in the mining industry, so that we can see how to strategize or implement activities that will see to it that indeed we are pushing for local procurement in the mining industry. So we relied on publicly available information. We also designed some questionnaires and we sent to the mining companies to respond to them. And then we also granted some interviews with some of the suppliers to the various mining companies. So these are some of the mining companies that were engaged. Golden Star, Asanko Gold, Future Gold, which is now Bogoso. It used to be Golden Star, but now it has changed to Future Gold Resource. Newmont, Goldface, Pesos, Ghana Manganese, Ashanti Gold, and then Anglo Gold Ashanti. And then these key institutions were also engaged along the baseline assessment. The Chamber of Mines, MENCOM, Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, GHEITI, 1D, 1F, AGI, the Chamber of Commerce, Invest in Africa, and then the others. So mining shared value has a product they have developed known as LPRM. So it's basically local procurement reporting mechanism. And it is a product they have developed to help mining companies to report on local procurement. So it is not too visible, but what we see here are some of the items the LPRM requires mining companies to report on. So for instance, there is policy on local suppliers. There is also accountability on local suppliers. So they have identified various areas that they require mining companies to report on. And then the bar we see over there are mining companies that are reporting on these areas or sectors. So the APRM basically showed that about half of the mine sites share information about the existence of local procurement policy, and then more than half are providing data on their local procurement spending. The most publicly available information was for supplier due diligence processes, where mining companies explain how they avoid purchasing from problematic suppliers. And then what is lacking most is practical information on suppliers on how procurement processes work and about supplier development program opportunities. And then also the companies with the company with the most publicly available information on local procurement was Asanko Mine. So this is the website for Newmont, and this was captured in the slides because we think that when you go to Newmont website, you see all this information there. So it makes it clear for anybody to see that indeed this and this is what Newmont is doing on local procurement. It becomes so visible for anyone to just go there and then see what is happening in Newmont when it comes to local procurement in these areas. This is also from Kenros. They are spending on procurement in 2021. So when you look at their spending, they have a total spend over here. There's the total spend over there, and then local spend. And then they do a percentage of local spend on the total spend. And then they also have total in-country spend. And then they have a percentage of the total spend. And then imported spend. So when you look at this on their annual report, it becomes easy for you to look at or do an analysis of their local spend. No USD. So during the baselines, there were some emerging trends that I would want to share with you. The first one has to do with the fact that the project is focusing on Ghana as a whole, but not on any specific catchment community. So we realized that most of the mining companies were focused on local procurement in their catchment areas. It was good to some extent, but in some areas it wasn't so sustainable. Because in some of the business and in some of the products, you could see that there could be an entrepreneur in the regional capital or even at the national level doing very well who can supply to the mining companies. But because of the local thing, it's really a problem. When we had a meeting with GoFace, their supplier manager, Mr. Ochi mentioned that even for GoFace, they have two mine sites, Takwa and then Damai. And the local people in Damai have issue when there is a supplier from Takwa supplying the Damai mine site. But the local people in Damai will be okay if the supplier is coming from outside the country or even in Accra. And then there is also lack of clarity on value addition in the current local content regulation. The focus is not really on value addition. Once a Ghanaian is supplying to the mining company, it is seen as local procurement. And then high energy costs and other inputs is also affecting local manufacturing of some of the products. And there is also training fatigue. When you engage some of the suppliers for the mining companies, all what they say is there is always training, but they don't really see the impacts or the benefits of the training. And then there's lack of coordination between government agencies and policy implementation. This is because when we were doing the baseline assessment, for instance, we engaged AGI, the Chamber of Commerce, and then the 1D, 1F. So what we did was that, since our focus was on local manufacturing, we sent them the list on the MINCOM list, the products on the MINCOM list that they require mining companies to procure locally, as a basis that do you have any of your members or partners producing any of these products? And then they sent the list to us, and then we went through and then engaged some of them, and then we were able to get a sub-list from the list they sent to us. We got to know of a company in Kumasi, Springs and Boats, who have the potential to produce boats and nuts. And 1D, 1F is aware, Moti is aware, but MINCOM is not aware that there's a company like that in the country. Meanwhile, Minerals Commission has boats and nuts on the list. And there's no company producing it. This is because they are not really speaking to each other. What are the opportunities here? Whose opportunities can we rely on? And then also, there wasn't a common skills certification program for the sector, for the local suppliers. So if GoFace organized the training for the local suppliers, they provide a certification for them. But that certification will only be limited within the enclave of GoFace. The suppliers can't rely on that certificate to supply to, let's say, Newmont or any other mining company. And then a few of the challenges that local suppliers are facing. Long payment window. One of them that we engaged told me that he had to forfeit a debt a mining company owed him because it was taking years for them to pay him back. And this is a small business. And then access to affordable finance is a challenge. The MINCOM fees, there's a lack of clarity. Some of the suppliers don't really understand the class they fall and the amount they need to pay. And there's also stiff competition from imported products. For instance, we engaged one of the catering service providers for one of the mining companies. And then we realized that they use about 15,000 kilos of chicken every month. And all this chicken is imported. And then we also engaged some poultry farmers within the enclave. And then they had the opportunity to supply the catering firm. But then the challenge was on pricing. Because we all know the high cost of maize and then input for the poultry farmers. So it becomes difficult for them to compete with the imported ones. And then access to raw materials is also a challenge. So we have targeted some few products that we are looking for people to produce them locally. This is because Mincom has about 50 items on the list. And we think that even if we have 5 or 4 of them, and then we target on local manufacturing, the economy will be impacted than having 100 lists on the items, and then in the end you have about people just importing them and then selling to the mining companies. So one of them is rubber gloves. Rubber gloves because there is available raw materials. When we drive from here to Agona Kwanta, we can see huge rubber plantation over there. And then, fortunately for us, a company is underway to produce rubber gloves in the country. For those of us who know Taka very well, just before Inswayim, it is on your right, when you are driving from here to Inswayim, Golden Litres. So they have the capacity to produce 30,000 gloves an hour. They haven't started producing the gloves yet. They are now installing the equipment. So for now, they are only processing the rubber into semi-finished and then export them. But they intend to start production in somewhere around August or September. So what we did for them was to reach out to the mining companies to get to know the different gloves that they use in their mine sites. And then we sent it to them. And they confirmed that if they install their factory and everything is okay, they will be able to produce 8 out of the 10 different types of gloves that are being used by the mining companies. And we think that this will be a good start for us for rubber production in the country. Another product is activated carbon. And activated carbon is a very essential and critical for the mining industry because it is the product they use to extract gold from the rocks. And we are targeting activated carbon because, one, we got to know that it could be produced from coconut shells or palm shells, but for the benefit of the mining industry, it is preferable that we use coconut shells to produce them because of the hardness of the shells. So we have engaged about 5 local companies with the intention to produce them. We got to know that Zaku, I don't know if most of us know Zaku, they produce charcoal and then they export them. They have the intention to produce activated carbon in the country. They even had a bit of agreement with UMAT to jointly produce activated carbon, but it didn't work out too well. So we have 5 different companies producing them. They are all at different stages. One of them mentioned to us that they see that it involves a lot of finance to set up the factory and then start instant production. So for them, what they want to do is to gather coconut shells from the country, export them to a partner, produce it, and then supply it to the mining companies. We haven't fully agreed to it, but it's something that the project team is discussing to see, because we think that even with that, there's a little value that will be added to it in country. Because what it means is that the farmers will also get some monies, the people who peel the coconut will also get something, transporters, and then a variety of people will also get jobs within that chain. Unfortunately, some of the people we've engaged want to take advantage of the project. Some will be like, oh, if once you know the mining companies, then connect us to them and let us import for them. We are not agreeing to that because when we do that, it doesn't change the already existing narrative. Already people are importing and selling to the mining companies. So if we link you to them, it means we are taking it away from A and giving it to B, which doesn't change the narrative, and it's something we are not ready to do. So for activated carbon, we've come to understand that the conversion of coconut shells into activated carbon is 3:1. So basically what it means is if you have 3,000 tons of coconut shells, you get 1,000 tons of activated carbon. The next product is bolts and nuts. So for bolts and nuts, as I said earlier, we've identified Springs and Bolts. It's a free zone company in Kumasi. For now, they don't produce bolts and nuts, but they produce new bolts and they lift springs. We visited their site and they mentioned that they have the knowledge or the expertise to produce bolts and nuts, but they will require a certain machinery, which is a bit expensive. So for them, what we are even doing for them is to give them a bit of a business advisory and then get an expert to help them in terms of accessing funds. We've also linked them to our KFW funding and then see how they can put their documents together so to apply for funding, able to expand and be able to produce the products. We organize for them to visit Golden Star and then the Chirano mine site so that they can have a look at some of the boats and nuts used by the mining companies and see how they can start producing them. So we intend to build their capacity and see how they can get funds to be able to produce boats and nuts in the country. And then caustic soda. So for caustic soda, we use caustic soda a lot in the country by the mining companies, even for our soap making people, they all use caustic soda. But we don't produce any of them in the country. We import all of them. But we also mine a lot of salt in the country. We mine over 400,000 tons of salt every year. But we just mine them and then we export it. We engaged one man who is mining salt, and he said that his main market is in Burkina and then Niger. And he's like, those people over there who are into cattle railing, they buy the salt in larger quantities and give it to their cattle. I didn't know cattle select salt that much. They do. I didn't know until I spoke to him. So for him, that is his business, and then he's okay with it. But then some of the salt mining firms are also interested to produce caustic soda. Our little engagement realized that within the chain of changing salt to caustic soda, there are some byproducts that could be extracted. So if you don't make enough provisions to extract those products, the venture might not be so viable if you focus only on caustic soda. But if you're able to target all the other byproducts and then sell them, then it makes it more viable. So what we are doing now is to see how we can get a consultant to undertake a feasibility study so that we can get the provisions of how to extract all those byproducts, how much it will averagely take to establish a caustic soda manufacturing firm. So it is something you are looking at it. And then for now, in 2021, over 30,000 tons of caustic soda was imported in the country. So we think that there's market for it, and then if anybody goes into it, it will be viable. The little challenge we have come to see is we have gotten to know that it requires a lot of power and energy to produce it. And then the fact that we know how expensive our energy is nowadays will be a bit of a challenge. But we want to get a comprehensive report on that and see how viable it will be to produce caustic soda in the country and link them to the mining companies. Then the last product is helmets. For now, there's a company producing helmets in the country, but it is basically for the construction workers. And then we realized that it wasn't too of a good quality, especially for the mining companies that they require a lot of helmet. The helmet should be very hard and should be of high quality. It wasn't up to that level. So what we are doing right now is they require information from the mining companies in terms of their average usage of helmets and then how often they change the helmet, so that roughly they can do their calculation and then see how viable it will be to produce helmets in the country. We've also let them know that for helmet production, not only mining companies, but the construction industry, oil and gas, they all use helmets. So we've engaged Interplax and then DPS. So we've given them some information. They are doing their bit of analysis and see how they can produce helmets in the country. So basically, these are the 5 main products out of the 50 products on the MINCOM list that we think that there's a possibility to produce them locally, and then we intend to build the capacity of local manufacturers and see how they produce all these products locally and then link them to the mining companies. I think that should be it. So for now, our main partner is Golden Star Resource, but we have an MOU with 3 mining companies. Asante Mine, they own the BBN and then the Chirano mines, then Asanko mine site and the Future Gold Resource. So what this basically means is that they've agreed that if any of the local manufacturers produce these products locally and it's of good quality, they are ready to buy locally from them. We've also established a working group. most of us know how GIZ projects run. With a maximum 5 years, the project will fade off. So we don't want a situation where the project will end and then this whole discussion about local procurement also die. So what the working group will do is to have discussions on these things, and it will comprise of procurement personnel in the mining companies and the one top management person from each mining company, so that they form the working group and have periodic discussions on how to rely on locally manufactured products to feed into the industry. Thank you.
The hands are already up. Since pending from the last two presentations, so whilst we set up for the panel, that can go on. Okay. So please raise your hand so that we do it. We count the people and then take the number of questions. Okay, so we'll take the first three and then we'll take the next three after that.
Thank you very much, Donald. My question is, with the production of the activated carbon, how sustainable will it be? Because in Ghana, we know growing of coconut is not like we do to cocoa or rubber. Coconut, an individual would find their small coconuts, and it's enough to give the public satisfaction. But when it comes to turning it into activated carbon, we know in the mining sector we use a lot. How sustainable is that going to be? And if we are looking towards production of activated carbon, have we started planting the coconut trees? Because that one will also take like 2 years. That's the fastest ones that are coming, so that it will not be like sugar. I don't want to mention it. Yes, the sugar cane.
You just want to say, Commander Sugar Factory. I've said it for you. Okay, Donald, I think I have multiple comments and contributions. So, the first one, because we also did some work in this, I don't think, for instance, what Ms. Men said, I don't think it's about the raw materials. A lot of coconut we consume today is from Côte d'Ivoire, if you don't know. Yes, go to the border and see. Just get to Alibo. The number of cars coming with coconuts. These days, the Nzima cannot supply the demand for coconut in Ghana. So most of them also come from just the border from Côte d'Ivoire. They have also a lot of coconut. So I don't think it's about the raw materials. My worry is this. You mentioned one district, one factory. And you mentioned not even AGI, the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Yeah. Which, if I became a president, the first ministry I would scrap is Ministry of Trade and Industry. I have never seen them arrange one trade agreement initiated by them for Ghana. Not ever I started studying trade. Always it's either unilateral trade or somebody develop and then we go and sign it. For me, and in terms of industry, I have never noticed any initiative, aside maybe some of the small ones, that has really worked and led to growth for us. So first of all, the problem with activated carbon that we noticed is that the chemical engineers will tell you the type of activated carbon they use in their mines. Before, they were able to import some from even Australia and China, I think China. Now they are moving more to India because they've noticed that the quality from India. And the worst thing is that if you don't get a quality activated carbon, all your process of whatever the process of processing gold, that's the end.
And if you don't get better activated carbon, you may end up throwing all your gold away. So the quality is very important to them. Where is the business development procedure we have as a country? That we will be able to say that we want to develop activated carbon. If it is UMAT, if it is Legon, as a research institution, if a consultant we have to bring as a country, bring it in here. We already have somebody developing charcoal, which is a first stage. How do we turn that charcoal into activated carbon that will be demanded by the mines? Where is the testing phase? Who is going to take the risk to use it for first? Are we trying it on small scale mining first? Which company is going to take the risk to use it first? Do we have any incentive for that company? So if we don't have these things in place, moving from the charcoal would turn out to be what you said. We will export, somebody develop it and bring it to us. Because that process alone, from what the charcoal they are doing to the quality activated carbon they need, it requires a lot. And the mining company will not buy unless somebody has certified that it works. The next one is we have always talked about small businesses and this, the opportunity, yes, the opportunity that we need to let show. Look, 50 items, apart from Interplast producing pipes and some few other items, all of them are imported. Those who even tried to do PPEs ended up importing because the cost of doing business, they became less competitive in Ghana. So they ended up still importing. So without a cooperation between the agencies, and however we can channel our so-called excess power into proper industrial park, at least one to take advantage of mining, it will be very, very difficult. Because if you look at, in terms of access to technology, these companies, what they need is that the technology is there. The machines are in China. I was recently looking at block manufacturing, and I noticed that the Lebanese are able to sell 6 inches hollow block at 7 cedis. None of the Ghanaian manufacturer can sell it at that. It's 8 cedis, 50 pesos. Why? The machines used by the Lebanese, it's imported from China. It compacts it well, and then it's able to come out using one cement bag is 60 blocks, whilst the Ghanaian machines can only make 40 blocks. All what they need is that machine. How have we helped them bring in the machine for them to pay it a bit by bit? That is all what the companies need. It may not be just the finance, it is just the access to the technology. And if we cannot speak to the ministry to help, then some of these things, even though it may help to some extent, we may not get there at the end. Right, good afternoon. Yeah, my question goes to EPA. EPA, yes. But first of all, I would like to thank Madam for that comprehensive presentation. My focus is on impact assessment, and for that matter, the implementation of the environmental management plans by companies that are required to undergo EIE. Now, if you look at the implementation of the management plans, they come at a cost. So it's like the cost involved forms part of the operational cost of those companies. And for that matter, if they are left unchecked, they would like to more or less cut down costs. So they are likely not to implement the plans effectively. So my question is, what measures are in place, or how are you ensuring as EPA that these companies actually the management plans effectively? Thank you.
You will take other questions, right? I think there are some hands over.
Thank you very much. Dr. Obi, when you are looking at this, what pushes people into drivers of small scale, supervise the PhD, establish that sometimes people are drawn into the small scale mine simply like something like peer pressure. So people come, they are driving in cars, they are this and that, and then people now feel like they should. So that's a trend that is also coming up. So I just wanted to update us on that. Now, there's another matter that we also fail to look at. You see, if you go to some of the areas where they call, they do a lot of activities. The amount of drug abuse, well, I don't know how to define, but marijuana. In fact, it's like you are moving around the area and it's as if they are smoking fish. Yes. So and I'll not be surprised that we will have this cocaine, all those kinds of drugs, and how linking this, the fact that and some of these guys, like you said, some of them are armed, some of them are ex-convicts, etc., in that space. Now, looking at all this and what happened at Apiati, sometimes you see the Apiati thing, we only look at it as, oh, it was an explosion, but we haven't addressed our minds to the fact that explosives, virtually a truck full of explosives, can be traveling within the country without any police escort. We don't pay attention to that. Let's say, for instance, that for whatever reason, somebody has studied this and then they kidnap this truck full of explosives. What they can do within the country. And then looking at the way, drugs, etc., are in proliferation within those spaces, it's a recipe for disaster. If somebody really wants to misbehave, we may have to, pay attention to that. So I felt I just needed to bring this perspective to bear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My issues, I think, will go to EPA and DIA. Thank you so much for the presentation. EPA, you talked about the mitigation issues, and also you mentioned some of the human rights issues. You mentioned that you confront some of these things, but we didn't get to hear what sort of human rights issues that are occurring there. And then I know that under the polluter pays principle, those that pollute the environment should be able to fix them back, like Dr. Obin anticipate or hoping that we can rehabilitate the environment after all the activities. I wonder how these principles are there, yet we are not able to do that, and we still have these environmental issues confronting us. Is it that you give them the cost implications and they are not able to meet them, or they come to you with the cost implications? What has, contributed to these lapses? And then to DIA, I wanted to know whether you have had issues with the GBV, that's a gender-based violence, and whether you have victim support units, and what are the issues? Have you been confronting or have you been having these issues, and how have you handled them in terms of counseling vis-a-vis with the ILO Convention 190 and how the women have been supported in these areas? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the EMs are supposed to, so during the EIS or during the EIA phase, you predict, you make predictions. But then when you become operational, so then the law says 18 months after you have commenced, you submit the first EMP, and thereafter 3 years. So it's supposed to be your operational document or your operational plan. Yes, and so what we do is you submit it to us, and some of the impacts you realize have not changed, but there may be even the level of significance you have placed on one. Can you hear? Okay, I thought someone said volume. And then the level of significance maybe you place on one impact changes. So for instance, recently we went to Cardinal. And I think during the EIA phase, I don't know how they, or whatever their thinking was, they thought in the Upper East region, they would have a very thin layer of topsoil. And now they were into TSF construction, and they hadn't anticipated those volumes. And so it had drawn their timeline sort of back a bit. So there are some things that even, you know, we can only predict within a certain level of certainty. Yes, once you start operating, some of the impacts you realize are not as they are. So we actually even have a permit condition where we say reserve the right to even revoke a permit if you realize that there are alterations during project implementation which were not identified during the EIA phase. And so what we do is after you submitted the EMP, we issue you with a permit, and then you have the conditions attached, mitigation, all those measures you have listed, and then we have responsible persons, their timelines, their frequencies, their reporting regimes that you have to adhere to. So we would come around. We come around and we do the monitoring. And so there you go with your checklist. There are audits which are undertaken from time to time. You go with your checklist. And so, and based on the reports you submit, the parameters, the various parameters, and then the limits within which they are allowable, we would come. So you would find our EQ department, our environmental quality department, sometimes would go to these sites and they'll pick samples. Sometimes the regional officers, they would go based on the permit that is issued. And so it's very significant for us because whatever you put in that document is what you are bound by. And so I think the PC, the gentleman, Mr. Boateng, was speaking, and it's, you know, some of the mining companies will bring you a report 5,000 plus pages long. You are bound to read them all. Because if you miss out on something and you state in your permit based on the published or accepted EIS, then they can tell you, you see this line which was in Annex 5. This is it. So you are very careful to be sure that whatever you put there, we also put saying on the schedule, and then you are also bound by it. And so it's something that we do as a matter of routine, a routine monitoring, routine compliance. That's what we call this compliance. Compliance with the things you have indicated in your EMP. And so I think for them, most of them would not find it a challenge. The outlines are presented for those who are well versed in their particular areas. There's an outline for the preparation of the EMP. And then we can also offer technical assistance. And so it only helps you to work well. It helps you to make, like for instance, resource efficiency, water use, energy use, and then, so there are things we make inputs into. So I think that, especially with the large ones, we do not have trouble. But we don't, I indicated that for the small scale, there's no assessment done. And so you actually base your permits on your own knowledge of the terrain, on what exists, like the geology of the area, or from mines, large-scale mines, which are already existing in that space, and from your own technical knowledge, so you can make those inputs. There was the question about the human rights. So for the human rights, so that is not a core mandate. But you see, for us, sometimes these things become issues of concern. They are social issues. And I can tell you as a matter of fact, that for most of the projects which have delayed, so for Subika like this, Subika Underground, Newmont, Ahafo South, it was back and forth for close to 3 years because it was a social issue. The technical issue sometimes can be solved very easily. Technology, equipment, implementing a certain initiative. But then the social issues, they can drag for a very long time. So human rights is one of them. Not our core mandate, but then if there are key issues, then we would have to wait until they have been addressed. So another case in point recently, a few years ago, International. So for those who are familiar, it was an area which was blocked out for large-scale mine. It's in the Upper East region, Talensi. It was blocked out for large-scale mine. It was deblocked for small-scale mines. So you had a lot of small-scale mines there, 30+ companies. And then it became difficult because the ores were deep-seated, so underground. The level of investment needed to recover the gold became an issue. So here we are with our 30+ small-scale miners with valid licenses. And then government decides that, no, we are giving it back to large scale. So this thing goes back to large scale. And then you have some with even valid licenses, small-scale licenses at that time. A large scale has put in an application for an environmental permit. We have cleared our issues. But we say we can't issue the permit until those issues have been resolved. So they are not environment, they're not, you understand, they're like water quality or air quality. No, these are social issues. They are human rights issues because there are people with licenses who are there. People who are actual concession holders and now they have reverted back to a large-scale mine. And so it took our intervention, again, to arrange for some, some arrangement to enter into a set of agreements, negotiate a certain agreement for the small-scale miners. And after which, they now relinquished the rights to those small-scale licenses. And after which, we issue the permit. So sometimes, like compensation issues, resettlement issues. So these are things that we, like human rights, like compensation, not a core mandate, but then you realize that it's still integral to, because the company needs the social license to operate. And so you realize that you need to address those issues, even when the technical ones have been met. So those were the ones that we were talking about.
I guess it was more like a comment than a question because largely the issues he raised were correct. I mean, most of these, as I indicated, there are socio-cultural issues and security issues. At a point, we also saw that some small-scale miners were even transporting explosives. Muslim Burkinabe operators, they were transporting explosives for the activity. So it's a real threat, it's a real risk to everybody. And I think that's, but this is the point I was trying to make. If you look at the straight forested area, that's our railway line. So see that the straight forested area. So you would see that the activities came to the point of completely removing the railway line for much more, if you like, for much more positive economic activity. So yeah. Now they finished and left. And this is actually in the Ashanti, some part in the Ashanti region, and then you know, if it comes down further, you see that the railway line was completely taken off, and even I think the highway also constructed a road across it. And then in the Ofen River, they don't call, you can see that the railway line has ended, and then the highway has also constructed. Now this is the nature of the extent of devastation of the Ofen River at that time. The big one. Yes. My prof used to go there to do things. Now you see, now when you go, all you need is a bit of sugar, and you have a cup, and then you have your Milo. Yes, if you have your. I remember I was in Pristia sometime. There was a major issue at Pristia, and I think the deputy minister and the MP had issues even talking to the community. So they asked me to talk. See, I was the Minerals Commission guy, so I should talk. Then I said, look, you guys, look at the Ankobra River there. When I was a kid, we used to come there, bath, collect fish and all that. Now, all you need is bread and sugar. And that broke the eye of the anger of the public went down because everybody started laughing. And that's really this is only a part of the records that we did. So we need to address the challenge.
I think there was a question for Hamdia as well.
Okay. About the gender-based violence, something that we actually meet each and every day from both the large scale and then the small scale aspect. Starting from the large scale, we have many mining teams, okay, that they consider these. And I think that we even have about 4 success stories of a national service person and then a manager. So he got dismissed because of an issue of the lady goes to the office and, hey, why I kiss you? Then he just stops. So that's how I started. The lady said she wasn't comfortable and she was scared because national service, there's like, you don't really have a say. But then she reported this to him, and then we took it on board, and the man got fired. He admitted that he did that, but he was just joking with it. How can he joke with someone by going to that extent? And there are a lot more issues. So, yes, so you see, it went actually, please, I'm a bit, please, I just talk professionally, so I will use touching, but I believe we know where it's going to, yes. And in the small scale industry, small scale is even pathetic. Looking at what's happening there. In February, I did a consultancy for women in law and development for Africa, and the gender issues that we got was, one person would tell you that even to get, they call it promotion. Just moving from being a load carrier to be maybe the bushes or the amalgamation team. Even without that, we are trying to scrub off the mercury issues and all of that. You have to do something with the before. We tell them that, so what happens? They don't even know that they are supposed to report this issue. So there was a training, bringing lawyers on board, Women in Law and Development for Africa, they did this. And then we also want to actually organize another stakeholders meeting where they will know the right route to even talk. Because at times you tell the owner, and the owner is like, and so you're bad and all the same way. And please, gender-based violence is not just with the women. The males as well experience this. And you see, I think in one of the engagements, the large scale people were like, if the males are supposed to talk about what they also go through. Thank you. It's like someone would intentionally come to the office, maybe prepared to, oh, boss, you say what brain TGT way. You say it's a night, no, say oh, it's all bad and can but then today you're trying tomorrow, oh, boss, yes, salad ma, we see. So they were just giving these scenarios, and they realized that the males are equally being, you know, harassed. But they don't complain. They don't complain. Yeah. So please. So when we look at women in mining Ghana, we have agencies that we work with. If it gets the extreme, you can get fired, you can get dismissed. And in the small scale industry, if the foreman can't do anything about it, now they've introduced the police. It was during one of the workshops that we got to know that you can go to the police to report this. So if you tell the foreman or if you tell your immediate boss and they don't help you, you have a voice. Women in mining ASN team, they are executives. You just tell us and we just assist you with the help of men in law. They just get this done. So we also encounter this and we have the channels, and we are still working for more NGOs to work with us to get better ways of dealing with them as well. Thank you.
So the thing is about educating ourselves on what is sexual harassment. I think we should start with this one. If you do something, it's like Dia said, it's for both male and female. A male can be harassed, a female can be harassed. We can both be harassed. But the thin line is the person who says, stop, I don't like it. Once the person says, stop, I don't like it, I think you should stop. Then, yes, that means if you continue, it becomes harassment. But with the person's consent, I don't think then it becomes, and then there should be clear and trusted reporting channels. If I go and tell you that I'm being harassed, and then he's a friend to this man, you would rather get into more trouble because you have reported your boss's friend to your boss. So what we need now is trusted channels of reporting sexual harassment, and I think we are all working towards that. So please, the baseline is the person should say, please, I don't like it, stop. It can be anything, but if the person should voice out that I don't like it, then you are then harassing the person. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Yes, so before we go ahead, we are supposed to be having the panel discussion now. But I think as we are seated and discussing, we are okay. We can all hear them clearly.
Yes.
So let's... At first, I wanted them to just move their seats.
No, they can be where they are.
But yes, there may be no need for that. So, so we are all members of the panel. So if you have any question, please direct it to the person. Mention the name so that they can pay attention and answer you. And then we continue.
Okay, Dr. Obin. I have a question here.
Hello.
The next question, Izito has them.
Hello.
Yes. Okay. Sir, this is directed to Dr. Obin. Now, Dr. Obin, during your presentation, you gave a 7-point proposal. Now, what I realized from the 7-point proposal is that stakeholder engagement, particularly one that had to do with the community, had been eliminated. Maybe you didn't mean to exempt it or say that it was exhaustive. But given that, I mean, the people who get themselves involved in these, I don't want to say illegal mining activity, but I mean mining activities that are outside the law, they come from within the communities. So it becomes very important that we also target the communities, the various mining communities, and educate them as to the harm that these, you know, for want of better, greedy economic wants could, you know, lead us to. So I was prompted, and then again, I was privy to an information at the Minerals Commission. Minerals Commission has said it is introducing a technology to track all heavy-duty equipment that are coming into the country. But I want to believe that these ones are targeting the large-scale mining, so that when you are outside your scope, then you'll be able to demobilize the machine and track what the machine could be doing outside that you know, territory that they may be found. Then again, the issue of community mining scheme that has been introduced by the government. For several times, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources has said it's one of the strategies that they are using to address illegal mining activities. And with your expertise in that area, how do you also comment on this issue, for example? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I think you are right about the engagement. In fact, it should be the thread. I put it in a different language. I called it continuous education, but I really, it's a continuous engagement thing, if you like. So it's been considered. And then with respect to the Minerals Commission's effort to track, it's part of the concept. In fact, as I said, this thing, I put it out since 2014. And I've been talking about, I remember some journalists asked me, you've been talking about tracking this, and nothing has been happening. So it is something that I have been happening on. I have spoken to, you know, the Minerals Commission, when they are having their things, they don't call people like us. I don't know why. But I called their you know, the CEO, and I spoke to him. How about this? Because all the studies that we did pointed to the fact that you can do these things and help reduce the impact of heavy equipment on our environment. So I think it would be, and of course there's a note over there on that. So that's something that I'm happy if they track it, if they do what they intend to do, it will be good for the industry. So that's that one, I'm happy about that. I have issues with the community mining. If you look at the whole concept, normally community mining thing, you don't even ask a person to go and incorporate a company. I think there's a requirement for company incorporation in a community mining. I think it doesn't make it a community mining thing. Because usually it is those who are top who would want to incorporate an entity. And then if you look at the governance of community mining, you have the MP, the DC, and all those people. Effectively, it becomes a political thing. Effectively. If you like, go to any organized community mining and somehow talk to them, you realize that there's a, if they are not sure you belong to a certain group, they will not entertain you there. You must be a friend of a very good person, otherwise typically they will not bring you there. I mean, as part of what we had been proposed, we actually talked about cooperative mining, which communities would actually come together. I mean, community members who are interested in mining and don't have heavy equipment would come together to do that. We looked at the second tier, which is the what do you call it? The medium scale. Because we thought the medium scale community members cannot participate in that because of the capital requirement. So the community side, which would have been a cooperative side, would be more of the artisanal type of mining. But if you go to the community mines, they are also using the same heavy equipment. They're doing all the things that and they are not reclaiming. And I have visited one of them, and they talk about sharing. But this one is for MP. This one is for MC. This one is for, so, you know, I think there's a, come again. Well, that's a policy thing. If indeed government accepts that, then we can do that. In fact, the details of I have the details of how I anticipated the medium scale mine would be. That there should be a mining engineer involved. And I used to joke that even if the person is a national service mining engineer from UMAT or from Tech, it is better than no mining engineer. We should have geologists involved. You know, the way, you know, when you are incorporating an insurance company, there's a requirement for you to have certain capacity. You must have someone with chartered accountant qualification. So for the medium scale, there were some requirements. You must have a mining engineer. At least a mining engineer should be part. At least a geologist must be part. You should have someone with accounting, finance background. So you can always ask them the right questions. And with technical. It will be like the main company is a big company, but in a miniature form, in a smaller form. Simple. You go to work, you dress like a miner. You go to, I saw that in Mongolia, in a smaller way. People go to work in their medium scale mines. They go like, we all go to work, but they go to a smaller one, not a bigger one. So that's the way we were thinking. Yes. Yeah. 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 Aha. But that's the problem. The problem that law says that there's no medium scale.
Of their ounces of gold, it's more than the small scale, though it's not as high as the large scale. Their concessions, they have this 25-acre land as they are saying, so maybe about 10 pieces. So now they'll say that instead of, if you add them together, you'll be getting close to the large scale, but it's still small scale mining. Thus, they fall within the small scale mining rules and regulations. You go to these medium scale mines that they say they don't exist, and there's a geologist, there's a minerals engineer, there's a mining engineer. But because they say, oh, we are not large scale, so we can't take care of you like it's being done in the large scale. So they use this medium scale, small scale, the disadvantage of the Ghanaians. And I think we need to go more into this to know how best we can also correct it in the area that we are in.
I think it is absolutely necessary to do that. And in fact, what is this NGO? The Solidarity. Solidarity was working with, I think, this guy in Achim, in the eastern region, and there's some people in Takwa, because they, and yes, yeah. So those people are being groomed to do their mining very well, so that their gold will be bought at a premium. It will be bought at a premium, not at the same price, just to encourage them. And I think we can use the same method. But I believe strongly that we should recategorize so that those big ones doing the right things, they can be placed in a different category. So EPA can have proper look at them, the Minerals Commission can regulate them properly, the Water Commission, because you see those working in the water area, river environment, the law does not allow any mining to take place in a water environment, in rivers. You know, you must be, in fact, the Water Commission says you should be 30 meters away. But the Minerals Commission says you should be 100 meters away. So at least there's an insistence that you don't work closer. So if anyone is mining closer to the water body, that person is doing galamsey because he's doing illegal mining. But beyond that, I mean, but we have seen the ones who are inside here mining. But I'm talking about those who are even closer, who are just not there. They will say, they consume more. But even if they are 30 meters, they are doing illegal mining. So we know it. We need to enforce.
Okay.
I know of a reclamation company that they are now starting. So we heard about this, the reclamation issue from the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources when they were they brought up this reclamation issue. So they were bringing more contractors on board. So we looked at the Western North and realized there are lots of lands that need to be reclaimed. We did the survey and everything. And I went to see one of the good people connected in the political industry. And then the first question, they were like, what's my cut? That was the question they asked. That was forgetting that they are coming with with good intentions to help reclaim the land. Looking at even the things involved, going to get the machines and how to even, the environmentalists coming in, the safety, you know, all of that. Because you need to either plant something there or make the land good for another farmer to come and get it. But then, when they want to support, they ask you for their code. And the person didn't get the contract. And even when we also tried another means using the ministry, we still got hit with this my cut issue. So I want to ask that. So with a company, with a new company, a fresh company like that, with the expected everything that they can do the work. When they bring out such a proposal, you know, at times they'll tell you that you should have some experience, so you join with other mother NGOs to do it. But then when you are being hit with, what percentage would they get? I've also been on panels where the project itself costs, let's say, $20,000. You send the proposal, it comes back to you and it's $200,000. And if you are being very honest, at times we just have to withdraw that we don't want to be dirty, we don't want to be involved in it, and you lose it. Before even another person is doing it. And then we ask ourselves, so how do we help the country? Someone just told me the last time that Ghana is a woman, and a person over Ghana. But we shouldn't let these things come in. We should look at how we can also help. So I just want to ask that, how do you pave through an issue like that? And then the EPA report, EIA report, do we have designated people that write these reports? And is the report supposed to be cut and paste, or they're supposed to actually be on the field? They're supposed to be on the field, because I know you're supposed to check the fauna and the flora aspects of it, check whether there's a cemetery, check all these, have this community engagement and everything. So if a company comes to see that maybe we want you to help us with an EPA report, we need a permit to start mining. You give them your run and they're like, oh, just do cut and paste for me. They say that no, so what if in future an issue comes up? My name is on the report, and that's going to affect my dignity and everything, and I can't do that. Oh, just do cut and paste. Cut and paste, that's what we are all doing. You refuse the offer, and the next moment you hear that this person has started working. Then you have to say, oh, so that means there is somebody in this, either EPA or Minerals Commission, pardon me to mention their names, that is doing the cut and paste, and it's not part of their job. So I want to know, do you actually go through the report, or is it still the cut and paste? Because it's like, oh, Eastern Regional, we know what is there. So they'll just do cut and paste for you. But for all you know, you go to the field, and it's different from what they've submitted in their report.
Okay, so I think I missed one question from earlier. Sorry. sorry about that. When you were asking about the rehabilitation. Okay, so the liability estimates, it forms part of the EIS, Environmental Impact Statement. So you present it to us, and as an agency, we will review. So we will review and we will tell, and it's based on your projected disturbed land. So it's only for the land which is to be disturbed. You make those estimates, and then when you get, so there are often times when we will tell you that the cost estimates are not adequate. You would have to come back, and then you have to break them into unit costs. So we interrogate that. But when they become operational as then they have to update this. So back to the RSA, we have what we call, there are three completion criteria. The first one is the primary completion, and primary completion, if you want, you can have 30% of your bond back. Then when you reach land use completion, that means you can use it for other purposes. You can have up to 20 extra. And then by the time you are reaching final completion, which is based on the end use, if it's for agriculture, it has a much more stricter criteria. Because it's for agriculture, you'd have to do a series of tests to ensure that uptake in the heavy metals and those things in the crops, you have to prove over probably about 2 or 3 seasonal cycles. So the criteria differ. If it's for afforestation, it differs. If it's for fisheries, aquaculture, it differs. And the other thing, so for the last scale, we usually wouldn't have a problem. And mind you, I indicated that it's concurrent reclamation or progressive reclamation. So we are not waiting until closure. So you do it, you keep doing it. And then in the EMPs, you indicate within this 3-year period, we are envisaging that we're going to disturb this, what do you call it, size of land. So that is the standard practice. The only issue is that with large scale, you would have them, depending on the price of the mineral, a place even where they have completely reclaimed, they can tell you want to go back, want to mine our airstrip, you want to, like all these, depending on the economics. That is open for them to go that way once they post their bond. The issue is with the small scale mining. So there again, because they do not do exploration, it's more of a speculative mining. And so it's like trial and error. They will dig here. It doesn't work. It doesn't yield what they want. They move to the next place. They dig. So that's the challenge with her. And when they dig and they don't have money, obviously they are not going to reclaim. They are not going to reclaim because they didn't make money anyway. So they leave these pitted landscapes, and these are what we see. And then we should also, I think Dr. Obin also mentioned the informal, so the illegal, the galamseyers. They have no intention to reclaim to start with. You understand? So they are not even bothering whether they are going to reclaim or not. And I think gradually, like I indicated when I was talking about the RSC, now even for the small scale miners, they are going to post their bonds. We are hoping that we had to do some field verification with them before the end of the year. They would have, we've identified the banks, we've had the meetings, they will start posting the bonds. The only challenge, but for them, they can't post guarantee. Because of the risky nature, the banks are not interested in hosting the guarantees for them. So unfortunately, theirs has to be a cash component, which is also very difficult for them. The issue about the recategorization, we thought it would probably be the solution for most of the problems, but then Dr. Obin, the last time we mentioned recategorization, the miners do not want recategorization. Now they have strong reasons. They have very genuine fears that if they open up that space, they might actually be left out of the space. And so they are now against, at least they know that if a small scale mining is the sole preserve of Ghanaians. But they are afraid that based on the political climate, if they open it up, they would be at the losing end. And so that discussion has to be picked up again and probably some assurances given. The issue about the tracking, I think they've rolled it out in the small scale sector. I'm not sure the extent of it, but I know recently I was at a forum where a small scale miner complained that he had been out of his concession, and then his excavator driver, I think, wanted to play a quick one, moved the excavator. Once he moved out of his concession, the thing ceased. So it's working. It's working. I don't know how widely the uptake of it, whether it's countrywide, but I know it's working, which is good for us. Cut and paste. So for your information, cut and paste, like I do at the head office, I do a lot of review before. If you do cut and paste, we know. There are oftentimes we will tell you. Actually, the only reason how I can tell that a concession belongs to more than one person, usually when they come to me, I would know. I'm like a forensic auditor. I think I missed my calling. Yes. Yes, you can tell, sometimes from the handwriting, sometimes from the postal address, sometimes from the signature. So you would realize, no, in reviewing the application, you've seen this somewhere. You start calling for them, and then you realize that they are contiguous. And I remember probably about 8 years, 10 years ago, we were able to realize that about 98 concessions belonging to one person, seeking to pass them off as individuals. Yes, he had. So cut and paste, we would know. But the interesting thing is that, like you indicated, if you cook up your baseline, it goes back, it will come back to bite you. So when we're doing the ACOBEN, you know, for one of the TOSICs, if it's TOSICs, it's a red. We have one of our mining companies. And naturally, there's no way the pH would always be low. So that meant that for as long as, like till Christ comes, that company would never progress beyond a red. Because we have the pH limits. But there's nothing they could do. Naturally, they have a high pH, low pH. We went back and forth. What saved them? First baseline. First EIS. First EIS shows that pre-mining, these are the pH values. Consistently, these are the pH values. So then we began to make room for such occurrences, where the baseline differs from what the guideline levels or standards are. And so now that company can progress, because naturally it's not because of the mining. These are things which are probably even existing in controlled areas as well. And back to the human rights issue, I think just as I indicated that for the ACOBEN, we have complaints and then CSRs. These are actually the only two things. If you perform very well, you can move from a blue to a green and ultimately a gold. We are looking at revising the criteria. We have 11 for now, and we are looking at revising the criteria to include gender. We are looking at revising the criteria to include human rights as well. So those talks have begun with the chamber and then the large-scale mining company. So I think that we'll probably be able to take the human rights and gender issues also as part of the rating criteria.
Okay.
Community mining. So we don't write. We don't write. I've worked in EPA for 21 years. This is July. I've never written. I have never. So we don't write. We have a list of consultants, and it's published. You can come and then you can get them. So they are based on sectors. So we realize some people do more consultancies in some sectors than others. So you can take the long list or the short list, and then you go and you recruit a consultant. But we are aware that and paste, it happens. Yes, sometimes you can read a report, you see the name, company A's name, or they are talking about alluvial in a hard rock area. Yes, so we read the reports. Like I said, we read For large scale, we read over 5,000 pages of reports. So it's not a big deal. We read them. We read every single page, including the annexes. We read them. So, yes. Yeah. So, and then for community mining. So let me put on record. I do not, the number of community mines that we have issued permits to are not up to 5 or 10. They are not up to. So yes, so you know, for us, we regulate small scale mining. Community mining for me is like group mining, like small scale mining. It's like group mining. So you come, there's no, even the license, it doesn't say community mining license. It's a small scale mining license. Yes. So for us, if you bring your application, we review based on that. So that's why I've answered your question indirectly. We've permitted very few of them. So for me, as for most of them, they would be operating without the requisite permits to start with.
Okay. 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 Okay.
After the session, so that we can close on time, and then we all wake up early enough for tomorrow. So we'll take.
Okay. 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 Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, you know. And you know. I think as auditors we have worked with you on several occasions, together with the Minerals Commission also as well, on this small scale mining issue. And it came to a point that we have to even deal with this reclamation separately, as a separate audit. And I think that it's an issue that EPA, you have to have a look at it. In fact, you could see that you are treating the small scale miners like babies. Babies to the extent that, I mean, you confess, I mean, the level of mechanization that is they are using now is higher than, I mean, what even the law even expect them to do. So if we want to still look at the acreage to determine small and large scale, and then you look at the level of mechanization and the degradation that they are causing, I think we have constantly been raising issues about this reclamation bond, and it is high time you expedite whatever processes to ensure that they post this reclamation bond. Because you go to a small scale mining site and you see like about 8 excavators working at a go, and you agree with me that it wouldn't take days for them to cover even 25 acres. And so if we continue to sit as, say, regulators, and then because there are on several occasions that we have met EPA, is in the pipeline, we are working on it. And today I saw that, I mean, you said that you are almost there, and maybe by the end of the year. Please let us expedite, because from the data that Dr. Obin showed, they are small scale, but the level of degradation that they are causing is far huge than the few large scale mining companies that we have.
Thank you.
Okay, so my question goes to Mr. Boatin from Petroleum Commission. I think there's supposed to be a local content fund under the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act. over the years, PIAC has learned that there are challenges with collecting monies from the contractors into this local content fund. So my question is, what is the way forward for the local content fund, and what is BC doing so that the purpose of this fund comes to fruition?
Should I ask the last question? Okay. My question is a bit controversial. And it goes to EPA anyway. Yeah, it's about noise pollution. I want to know whether you are really monitoring noise pollution in our cities, especially noise coming from these beer bars and some of the churches around.
Okay, so he took us from Kumasi to... Yes, so the first question was on EPA. Yes. And then Mr. Boateng, there's a mic.
Okay. So, yes, they took us to Public Accounts Committee, even though he's my friend, on this issue of the bonds. Yes, but I think for us, for me, the major win was when, because it's been in our statutes book, it's LI 1652, 1999. So that's 24 years ago. We have implemented it largely in the large scale sector. We are calling for reforms. I mean, but then for the small scale sector, we're having challenges because, like I indicated, the banks are unwilling to host the bonds. So if the banks are unwilling to host the bonds, then who is going to hold the bonds for you? So that was one of the major challenges. The banks have agreed to host the bonds now. The small scale miners have agreed to post the bonds. So for me, the battle is won. And so it's just modalities to ensure that, because we wanted them to start posting by June, but then we encountered, they raised certain things, and so we need to go to the site to do some verifications. But then there was the question about the noise. So even though this one is not related to mining, but so we have the standards now, the Ghana standards on noise. It tells you the permissible within residential, within commercial, light industrial, heavy industrial. They are day and then they are night values. But then what we do is, these are actually also assemblies, the district assemblies. They have the bylaws to prosecute. Interestingly, we help them to prosecute. So we would, if we receive the complaint, we work with the assemblies. So what our officers would do is, if it's a beer bar, they go in the night, they go and take the readings, and then they send them to court. And we have a lot of successes in that area. A lot, actually. So we have the noise meters, and then we can do that, but then we aid them. So it's not a mandate strictly when it comes to that, but we have the standards, and we help them by providing them with the technicians to do their measurements.
All right. Yeah, you know, the law that provides for the establishment of local content fund was passed in 2016, the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act 919. And the law specifies the source of money into the fund and the application of the proceeds from the fund. The law said that among the source of money to the fund are one, budgetary support from the government, then contribution from donors or development partners, then amount agreed in the Petroleum agreement has to be paid into the fund. That when you are negotiating Petroleum agreement, you agree with the contractor that certain amount, lump sum amount is supposed to be paid to the fund. And most importantly, you're supposed to charge 1% of every subcontract between the contractor and the subcontractor to pay to the fund. Now, when you look at the first three source of money to the fund, one, you have not received any budget allocation to the fund, and you are not even expecting that. And no donor funding has been also received to the fund. And in case of amount from the Petroleum agreement, since the Fund Act was passed, you have not signed any new Petroleum agreement. So there's no money from that end. Now, the main source of money to the fund is the 1% of contract sum to be payable by subcontractors, and you expect the amount to be deducted by the contractors. Now, all the first generation Petroleum agreements we signed, there are stabilization provisions, and the contractors or operators are claiming that the law at 919 and other subsequent laws that were passed post of their Petroleum agreement breach their stabilization rights, and therefore the requirement for them to pay money into the fund is a clear breach of their rights under their Petroleum agreement. We have different opinion as a commission, because we believe that yes, they have stabilization provisions, but that stabilization provisions does not restrict the legislative arm of the state. The fact that you have a stabilization provision doesn't mean that the country cannot make new laws. What the stabilization really means is that if government pass new laws and it affects your economic balance, make a case to the government and say that this new law will affect our economic balance, and therefore I need restitution from the government. They are not doing that. It has been back and forth, and the matter was sent to Attorney General office. They gave their opinion, and I'm not here to really discuss the opinion that was given by Attorney General. However, the matter is still pending. Some of the companies are not paying the fund. Recently, just as late as about 3-4 months ago, we reached agreement with a new, one of the major operators operating in the industry, and they've agreed that now they are going to let their subcontractors pay the money into the fund. However, they are not going to deduct the money directly as we want them to do, in the sense that they said that once they do that, it means that implicitly they are recognizing post-PA legislation, which they don't want to do that. So some money are being paid to the fund. Now that agreement we reached with that major contractor, we expect the inflows to increase significantly. Prior to that, many subcontractors have been paid to the fund. We are, in terms of operationalization, we are not applying money from the fund. The law requires that the money is supposed to be used to train and build capacity of Ghanaians and give concessional credit to companies operating in the sector. The reason why we are not applying money from the fund is that we want the fund to grow to a certain level. I recall Nigeria, with all the money that they have in terms of the size of the industry, it took them about 10 years before they start applying money from the fund. So we want the amount in the fund to grow. Currently, the money are sitting in Bank of Ghana in both the CD account and dollar account. And once the money amount increase to a certain level, we will make a request to the Honorable Minister to start applying money from the fund. So the money in the fund are still sitting there in both CDs and dollar at the Bank of Ghana. Yeah, Bank of Ghana give us the, what do you call it, statement. We even take quarterly, statement from Bank of Ghana, and also when the companies pay the money to that, we get a advisory from them and give them receipt. So, some contracts are in cities, some are in dollars. So the contractors are in CD denominated. We allow them.
In the end, it will work for the country.
Mr. Peku-Boateng. So that's our final submission for today. We are tired. Let's wrap it up and prepare for the field trip tomorrow. So I've posted on the group page for the participants, I've posted on the group page the requirements for the field trip to Ghana Gas. Please take a look at the clothes that are not recommended. Please make sure you don't have any of that on you tomorrow. The bus is parked at Alliance, so we will mobilize those in towns to join you at Alliance, then we move from there straight to Atwabo. If anything comes up, we'll share on the group page. For now, we can close, call it a day, and then time, 7 a.m. The bus leaves at 7 a.m. So we'll arrange with the hotel. This was agreed. No, we have to get there at 10. And it's a 2 hour 30, well, according to my Google, it's a 2 hour 30-minute journey. So if we calculate backwards, when